Alright, hello everyone, and welcome to ZeldaSpeedRuns. Today we've got another Time Randomizer Random Settings League Season 5 bronze match here between Flouche and Rafa. I'm starting with me on comps tonight. Is Lee, how are you doing?
I'm doing pretty well. Last time, sadly, that Flouche was having some health issues, so they had to reschedule the match after Rafa finished. But hopefully there's nothing like that this time around.
Hopefully, but we should be, because we should be going soon, and this will be a good one. I'm kind of curious to see how this goes. Last one ended up being a 6-hour disaster that of minimals, basically, I think is the biggest thing that happened to them there. So we'll see how this one goes. And whether or not it'll also take 6 hours. Because the last one was
we're off to a good start, though.
We are off to a good start. We've got pre-planted beans. I see a Zelda's letter on here. We've got Water Medallion, Sunsong, Storms, and Serenade's really good. Consumables, there's a lot in here.
And that bomb bag. That'll open up quite a lot.
Oh, for sure. Oh, and magic too, so lots of stuff.
Oh, countdown just started.
Yep. Any particular settings you want to see today? I've already gotten out my entrance tracker and my note sheet and everything else required to follow RSL because, well, RSL does interesting things.
Any setting will do as long as it's interesting.
I mean, interesting's basically guaranteed. I just hope it's not a 4-minute scene. Child spawn in Lake Hylia just outside child fishing. That works, I guess.
Yep.
Not fishing. Okay, we've got indoor ZR because that's not fishing.
Yep. That's the twins.
That is the twins. Immediate indoor ZR. Wahoo! Go us. So that's gonna immediately add considerable complexity to the scene just because, well, there's a lot of indoors entrances in the game. Let's just say that. No idea what's on the letter spot. If anyone in chat saw it, please inform us, because I've got 0 ideas. Flouche immediately bombing the bushes for some supplies. And Lake Lab entrance is the back of Impa's cow. Okay, just a nut. Don't need that.
And if it's cow sanity, then that would mean that there'd be another entrance that links to Impa's house, which would mean...
It's mixed pools. Yeah.
But...
because there's no other indoors entrances in this region.
But jury's still up on what we have so far.
Your OT song is Bolero, okay.
Songs aren't shuffled, I think.
Most likely. How useful that is, we'll have to see. And how annoying it is to get that, also, because we don't have any Stoner Medallion information yet. First look at Grottos. That's a vanilla free scrub grotto, okay.
Oh, scrub sanity.
And it's cheap scrubs too. I believe that was $10.
Yep.
And that was not a dual hit as well, so we do not have Ocarina Shuffle. That's good to know.
Flouche just took... That's randomized owls.
That's randomized owls, and Song of Time on Saria confirms no song sanity. DC pair scrubs are a nut upgrade and dead.
Big Goron sword.
Oh, Big Goron sword. Sorry, I can't apparently read.
If this is a fairy fountain, yep. Well, we're already off to a rather chaotic start.
Yes, we are. Composer Grave song is
so songs aren't shuffled, and there's the useless.
Yep.
I just love how it's mentioning Discord.
Yep.
Just imagine Link actually reading that, and it's like, "What's a Discord?"
Yep. Tobias' song shuffle was confirmed off because we had the full staff when receiving Song of Time. It wasn't just hold the song up above your head, you actually had to play the song to learn it, which is an indication the song sanity is off. If Song Sandy is on, it will not be there even if it happened to shuffle to a song location. Also, with Wolfo's Grotto also being vanilla, I think we can conclude that Grotto Shuffle is off.
Yep.
Oh no, it did hold up the song apparently, and I'm an idiot. Although they started with a song, so that would also explain why. Hyrule Field is on the path to Hearts. Okay.
That sounds like the bridge condition or the BK condition.
Yikes! We've got Token Sanity. We have Token Sanity because that is the oh, that's a little bit overall DR, by the way. That's Token Sanity because the Well-on Ranch Tower there had in Mido's house had a token in it. I didn't quite catch if we have Cow Sanity as we find as we find a shop there in the house of in the Nodo
I don't
house.
think it would be possible unless dungeon entrances are also shuffled, and it just happens to be mixed pools.
I mean, at least I guaranteed to get some health today, because their first match had no health whatsoever, because it was minimal item pool, as they get Near's love off the scrub by the theater.
Well, that's the first meme. And
the paperweight.
Oh my gosh.
And Fennel is a good point as well. We are using a true Season 5 RSLC. This is not the new version of Rando, unlike what we had in their first match. There are no heart chest textures, so they're going to be in for amusement.
Oh, I'm so glad one of the things I requested actually came to fruition. I think he's checking beehives.
And that's a heart piece in the small chest. I think they'd still be in big heart. Okay, no CSMC, heart container in Zora's River.
Yep.
That is a very good hint, actually, because you kind of need those things.
Well, CAMC is completely off.
Yep.
Oh my gosh. It's Blooper Bay from Mario Golf Still Tour, and there's the staples. Cows are off.
Excellent. No need to worry about house cow today. In CAMC, heart pieces and containers will be gilded chests with the WinCon. Okay, thank you, Ben. I thought as much. It wasn't one transaction. Sure.
It's
simple indoors, probably, because that's a Vanilla Link's house.
Yep. Which means that the Temple of Time and the windmill are all vanilla as well. And the shop.
Saria's house is a great fairy fountain. We'll need to come back to that later.
The Cack Potion shop, at least. Dins!
Dins and Hot Rod are Talon's move to Kokiri today.
Yes. Maybe he just prefers living in the forest rather than on the farm. Well, ranch.
Yeah.
But I just love the direction that both of them are taking, because it's very different.
For sure. Hover boots on Talon's chickens. Okay, I'm starting to wonder if it's plentiful just because of how much stuff we already have. There's a second OT Bolero hint. And their first slingshot is a very good find. This Overworld Skull is a strength upgrade, so we've got Overworld Skull sanity confirmed.
Yup. Oh, and there's the Bloopy.
And to note as well, since we got 2 copies of OT, that isn't always hit, so it's not 3 stones or AD for win cons. Kokiri shop in the tent.
I wonder where the boys are this time.
Good question. I've not seen them for a while. And Flouche does remember, as chat noted that you can do the Goron pot right now with Din's magic and a bomb hack. Or you know that strength you just found too. And Light Shadow Trial 2 is dead. Or a token, technically. Need to know it's a token and not a and not literally dead just yet. Deku Tree is vanilla.
Well, I mean, you technically have to kill a spider to get the token.
And apparently we just started with lanes. It's not pre-planted because Flouche just planted one. Good catch, chat. Thank you, chat.
Oh, so dungeons aren't shuffled. Alright.
It's early to say because we only have one open so far.
Yeah, so far.
But Deku Tree is vanilla, but we don't know about the rest because they're saying this is a child, so we don't. If Deku Tree is closed as adult, then that's indication it's no dungeon ER. But right now, we just don't have enough information.
Yep.
Woods Target is going to be a good check for Flouche here. Doesn't have the Ocarina from the Last One's Bridge yet, so we'll have to come back for the Ocarina Memory game.
I'm thinking he's gonna get the bridge scrub.
Yep, got a couple things to pick up here. Deku Tree so far is a bust for Rafa. We'll see if Dungeon Skull Sanity is on, because we know that Overworld Skulls are on, because that strength that Flouche found. We don't know about Dungeon Skulls yet. Death Mountain Crater is way over here. That is a very useful heart container, and... we've got both Path and Wave to hero in, so... we've got a lot of stuff early, so it might be plentiful, but also I guess we need several things anyway, given things.
I think it
that
just
is
might
a vanilla token.
But,
it might be, though.
But there's still, like, 2 more skulls we can get here. And 1 we can peek. Path the Hearts.
Yep, saw that earlier.
Yes, there's the Ocarina. The Rafa found that earlier.
Yep. We do not have Ocarina Shuffle at minimum.
It looks like
really
these are vanilla skulls, because it's been like 3 for 3.
Probably. Harpies in the Deku basement. I'll be keeping track of where our heart containers are. I'm not going to be tracking all, 36 heart pieces of the game, but I'll keep track of where the heart containers are at least.
Yeah, we found 1 so far.
We have 1, and we know a hint. If we have a hint for a second that there's 1 in Zora's River. Where in Zora's River? Don't know, but we know there is 1 in Zora's River. Yeah, Rafa played Serenade, which warped you to Kak instead of being Goma. I'm not sure why.
And Serenade took them to Kak, I think.
Kakariko from the Bazaar, it looked like, yeah.
So it is shuffled.
Oh, no shield. Okay, that would be why.
Oh, they're the boys, and it's only 1 of them.
Trying to keep track of entrances. Child Shooting Gallery. I totally missed which entrance this was. Impa Front, thank you. I didn't catch what the Kokiri shop entrance was, because I managed to completely miss it earlier from Rafa's end. But yeah, chat is suggesting it might be Shop 0, which I think is likely, given what we've seen. Flouche also not going to bother with time to pick up that token just yet. We don't know if it's going to be a token win con as well as a heart win con. I don't know if those can coexist as they get bomb shoes off the Child Shooting Gallery. Oh, 2 shops in Kokiri, that's what I missed earlier. Neat. We can't have both tokens and hearts at the same time? Okay, I wasn't sure. Thanks, EXR. We also just don't have 30 through 50 hits yet, so there's also that for concerns. Yeah, okay, final confirming they're mutually exclusive in RSL, thank you. These will be hover boots here for Flouche. Rafa's having fun with chickens as well.
How many chickens did he need to get?
I didn't catch it, unfortunately. Don't know if anyone in the chat did.
I see.
Back of Kak hint telling us that oh, that's a game! Why is the schoolhouse in OGC?
We're gonna need all 3 strengths. And so far, we only know where 1 is.
Yep, we're not turning in any Skulltulas anytime soon, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they're probably going to be ignoring a fair bit of skulls, because we have 1 strength already, to be fair. Flouche got it a few minutes ago off the Goron City Maze skull, but we don't know where the other 2 are, and it might be a while before we get all 3 strength upgrades to go and open up the skull house, because that really is a terrible spot. Flouche doing a double take to verify what that is.
Yep. Let's see, what's your Nimpa? Oh, Saria's house, rip.
Yep, that's not necessary. Anyhow, Dekushi for Flouche now, going to find the whole lot of nothing that was in here.
Yeah. Except for that heart piece.
Okay, true. Heart pieces are nothing. I'm not used to thinking about heart win cons of all things. And we don't know how many hearts it is either, or whether that's for the bridge or the boss key or both, as we get more. Alright, more bomb shoes off the man on roof. Sure.
We take those.
Yeah, we do. Okay, confirming no indoor. No special indoors, just regular ER, because that's a vanilla. Vanilla as well, as expected. Going to open up the well, we'll get our look at our second dungeon entrance here.
Yeah.
I don't know though, this is like at 20 hearts. File, I do remember the 1 heart container you seemed to referring to from yesterday on for Z2R on ZSR last night as we get a vanilla well. Likely no dungeon ER either then. Yeah, we're getting a lot of hearts today, that's for sure. It's actually a good thing they. Oh, yeah, never mind. I guess something else.
It reminds me of one of the co-op seeds I rolled with Alex, where we had a 19 heart boss key.
Yeah, that's a small key there for Rafa. And apparently it's half the vanilla small key. I don't remember if that. I don't think that second key is a vanilla though.
It's not.
So it looks like it's just an unknown dungeon then.
Oh, there's 1 ice trap.
Ice traps. Okay.
We'll take those. And I believe it's half damage too.
Chat confirming that earlier, yeah, because the fall into the well only took a quarter instead of half like usual. Opening the gate for Flouche. This well bomb bolt is another token. Not too much ice trap so far, but 2 in 17 minutes is a bit more than average, so perhaps extra ice traps maybe. Or maybe the randomizer just decided to stick some of the only ice traps in the seed in there, so who knows.
I appreciate
Cack Skulls for Flouche is going to be handy.
Oh my god.
And that's a very good bow to find.
Just need a hook shot and then Nocturne in order to reach Shadow Temple, and it's basically completable this early on.
Just need a hook shot, really, yeah.
Or something that's similar to Nocturne in its warp.
Yep. We need access to the Nocturne warp path, basically. We do know it's Warp Song Shuffle, so no guarantees on where it actually could take to.
Yeah.
It could also be the adult spawn, true, because we do have random spawns.
Mm-hmm.
Flouche getting the hint that, oh, you're kidding me, that's where the Skull House is? Game? Seriously? Doing a double take to verify you. Wait, did I read that right? Yes, you did. We did. No, I don't think either of them technically carry Storm's Grad of EXR. They never went back up to it after getting Ocarina.
Oh, there's the shield.
Yep. Flouche verifying that it is the shop Zoro tunic and not a special deal tunic. Always good to check.
Yep. And there's also a shield in the well as well.
Yep. Recovery heart there off the Lake. So far, there's not been much of anything in the well. And another heart piece makes for heart number 5 there for Flouche. His hearts are black, so I really can't tell what his, because it's nighttime, how many hearts he has at a quick glance. We have no skull hints right now, Ghost Pickles. We also won't be turning in skulls for a while, given that we've got a hint that the skull house is in OGC. As, okay, speaking of hookshots, hi!
That's basically Force Temple now.
Yeah. Yeah, Guy has a point too. Checking WinCon is high priority. We have Song of Time and Ocarina. We know we need Hearts of Bone Magic, so we might be close to going where the rate we're going. To be fair, though, we also have a Hyrule Field Path to Hearts and a Death Mountain Crater Way of the Hero Hint as well, and those two need to have something behind them. Although Path to Hearts, assuming it's not a 20-heart WinCon, Path to Hearts only requires it locks at least one heart piece or heart container. It doesn't have to lock enough to be hardcore to beat the seed entirely. Same as Path to Gold hints. See, Lala Ranch here is going to be some new entrances. There's the Dampe Hut. We'll need to come back later to go read what that is, where those light arrows are, unless I can just go to Ganon for them. And that is a shop in the stable. Rafa did skip Cat Night Skulls. Not sure why. He's got Ocarina and Sun Song, and I think I'm actually not. Rafa either. I don't know if Rafa knows it's Overworld Skull Samurai, admittedly, though it's a good way to check. And if he didn't know that before, he definitely knows now, because that's another true back on the Lala Ranch Tree Skull.
Yeah. I think Flouche is just being more thorough.
Yep.
And it is paying off for him because he's getting a lot of items.
Yep, sorry I sung on Malin here, so that is handy. Farming a spot of money, right, looking for money for the scrubs here. I was like, what's he doing? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, Rafa should go back to Cac. I think it's a fast way back there with Serenading. He has sons for it. He probably should want to go back for the hookshot and bow. Kind of want those. We'll see what this skull is for Flouche. Can't pick up his child, but come back as a adult. Oh my
god!
Or strength 2! Okay, game.
He can pick this up as adult easy.
Yep. Maybe that hookshot is required, as he get Lake Lab is in the ranch tower entrance today. It's a bit annoying. Oh, this does still smell like plentiful to buy, which means that we've got a lot of heart pieces, honestly. So I'm not sure if we can have plentiful still, given the amount of heart pieces we found. They found a lot. Yeah, and I'm kind of thinking the same.
Oh, Shadow Trial.
Shadow Trial is off. Uh-oh.
Oh, Mirror Shield, too.
Mirror Shield's good. Shadow Trial off is bad, though, because that means at least one of Light or Fire Trial is going to be on. Also,
Yep.
that mirror shield might be the Hyrule Field path to Hearts. And check, and we know for sure that's not plentiful anymore. Yeah. That is a very convenient bloopy for Rafa, honestly, here in the Scrub Grotto.
Yep.
Flouche does at least have plenty of money. That's another heart container, our second picked up third of the day, given our hints off the Lon Lon Ranch scrubs. Yeah, Path to Hearts is either Strength or Mirror Shield so far. We've still got several other grottos left. Too early to say. I didn't catch what the Lon Lon Ranch back wall skull was for Rafa. I know the shed skull was nothing. And this house skull is more bomb chews. Why do we know of 4 of the 5 chew packs already, game?
I feel like they're in logic.
Might be, but it's still pretty silly when you see 4 of the 5 chew packs 24 minutes in.
Yeah. Oh, being chased by the toucan. Oh, I think Rafa is checking beehives.
No, he's looking for money.
I see.
He knows that beehives are off. This is a Season 5 seed, not a Season 6 testing one.
Right.
No one's to... Wait, never mind, I'm scared of writing. Fluska's gonna pick up his 6th heart container here. Off of these scrubs. It's so weird. This is the first time I've actually completed a heart win conceit, and really my first time seeing one, to be honest. So it's a really strange feeling to be talking about as we find a market at the Goron shop here. It's really, really weird to talk about needing heart containers to beat the seed. I am not used to it.
This would be my second seed, at least, of seeing it, because first one I actually played it.
Mask shop moved next door, okay.
I think they want to be a bit closer to the market.
Robocop feels. We're talking about a path to hearts. Is a possible condition having a certain number of hearts? Yes. Ice trap in the well.
Epona Song has Ice Cavern. Ice Cavern has Epona
Masks
Song.
are...
One's an ice trap, so that's number 2.
Yeah, and what was the last hint? I missed it.
It said Invisible Maze. So I
Shadow
think it's
Floor Master,
these...
then. That is a dead house there in the mask shop. So trying to take notes and track entrances simultaneously is going poorly. Mido's house is a good find.
The extra money sure helps. With that heart
another
piece.
heart piece is very much helpful.
And another shield.
Yep.
And even more money.
Check confirming Shadow Floor Master is dead. Thank you. Child only Midos really doesn't tell us much of anything, Virgil. It's just 4 chests in it. Alright, Great Fairy Fountain here in the back alley house, one of the most forgettable entrances in the game. I had to help someone in gameplay support the other day who did not realize that house existed and I was wondering, what is that? Let's see. Shoe Shop is another Great Fairy Fountain. Okay, we found like 4 of our 6 already now. Jeez. Treasure Chest minigame is a Great Fairy Fountain number 5.
Oh my god. There's
Game,
a lot of...
what?
A lot of great fairy fountains in the market.
And vanilla bowling! Okay!
Sure, let's go with that. Not.
No, seriously, we've seen four of our six great fairy fountains in market, and we saw a Rafa, hello! You want that heart piece?
Oh no!
Hopefully I hope that doesn't come back to bite. That's autopilot for sure, because you don't normally need to get hearts off bowling, but
Yeah.
he does need to go spend another $30 to get that. Well, I guess there's more money, so that helps, but that's you know it's a heart win con, Rafa. You might want that. Burning Cat is Nocturne.
Oh ho ho ho!
Also, probably an always hint, by the way. So that's fun. Yeah, I hope Rafa remembers once he reads the pedestal. Sick upgrade off the tree skull and castle is nice. It is warp shuffles as we get the front of input there in Hyrule Castle with Fairy Fountain, which is fine. Kind of knew it was gonna be. We knew it was Kao's sanity off anyway.
I still have to wonder how she even got that cow in that particular part of the house.
Who knows? And 1500 HP is dead.
Good. As long as it's not 19 hearts, Ganon's boss key.
Yep. Why do we need heart containers? We have received a hint that Hyrule Field is on the path to hearts. This indicates that hearts are a type of win condition. Whether that's for the Rainbow Bridge, the Ganon's Castle boss key, or both, we don't know. We also don't know how many hearts. We do know that some amount of them will be required. More money farming for Flouche. A token in market. Gee, thanks.
And there's another Chew.
Was that more Chews?
Yes.
Game. I think that's all 5 Chew packs spotted 30 minutes in. Gabe, hello?
Who knows? There might be more.
If Chews are in logic, maybe, but, yeah.
Wait,
okay.
MQ Shadow!
Lovely. Our one and only MQ dungeon is Shadow Temple.
Oh, that means we'll probably need long shots to full clear.
Did anyone catch the Medallion Stone locations? Because those are normally on the menu. I'll check them anyway. Alright, first Temple of Time sighting. No one says Western Pause menu, you haven't found any maps, compasses. Yeah, VXR, I think we might be on the pad, have a little...
MQ
refers to Master Quest. The Randomizer does have the ability to give you Master Quest dungeons. Well, we've got Master Quest Shadow Temple. It is one of the friendlier ones, at least, but it's still MQ. First battle for our runners here for Rafa at 32 minutes, just under 32 minutes, and we'll see Medallion locations time. Forest Spirit Deku. Water Jabu, 10 hearts.
Oh my god! I cursed it! I cursed it into existence! Oh. Wait, no! Oh!
Wow! Flouche also left that heart piece behind on bowling.
Oh, he's gonna regret that too.
Oh, they are going to be very much regretting that decision. Basically, we're full clearing the seed. you need 19 hearts out of 20, which means either you need to find all but 4 heart pieces and all 8 heart containers, or you need to find all the heart pieces and all but 1 heart container. In other words, it's a 100% seed as we get long shot on the OGC skull. Well, we're going nowhere, chat. Buckle up and strap in, because we're gonna be here for a while.
Yep. Also, now we have, like...
Was Adel spawned in the CAC potion shop, by the way? I just looked over.
I believe so.
Check. Yeah. I mean, it's not 20 hearts. There is that, but I'm not sure 19's much better. Oh, that was Serenade. Never mind. Thank you, chat. Right. Serenade does take you over there.
But now I know it's very reminiscent of the seed I played a while back with Alex. Oh god. Imagine if they had big pose with like more than 4, and one of them had, and that checked out a heart piece.
Yeah, triple factorial saying thing is 20 hearts doesn't require things like AD or that one scrub and whatnot. It basically is, because here's the thing, there are 36 heart pieces and 8 heart containers in the game. Due to the randomizer algorithm being what it is, generally those heart pieces and heart containers will be distributed pretty much anywhere throughout the scene. Effectively, it becomes a 19 out of 20 piece Triforce hunt. Or something similar. Oh, was that Adel spawn in Market, actually?
Yep. So that's the closest thing to vanilla.
Yep. That's a funny spot for the Poe hut. Didn't catch how many Poes that. I didn't catch it either. One Poe, that's not bad.
So that's not really much of a punishment.
Here's the thing, they need to find either all 36 heart pieces and 7 heart containers, or all 8 heart containers and 32 heart pieces. Either way, it's a lot!
But now Flouche is super strong. He's got
Strength 2 is almost guaranteed to be required for something. Given, 19 heart win condition.
Yep. And there's another
bomb bag. Okay. We do have a lot of items. There is that, the Saint has been generous with items. Unfortunately, we'll need all of them.
Yep.
Yeah, they need to do everything, because there is... Heart containers and heart pieces are logically irrelevant to the scene. And in terms of opening new checks. Besides, well, Ganon's, which opens at 10 hearts, and they're at 6 and 5 already. The only thing hearts actually open up is Ganon's in this case, because it's also 10 heart bridge. Beyond that, they don't lock anything at all. So these can be anywhere. Good luck.
Oh no! That's ice trap number 3.
Game. So this is basically ends up being a very mean and very precise Triforce hunt. Good luck, because we don't have a lot of sanities, at least. It's only indoor ZR. We don't appear to have small key sanity. We don't know about boss keys yet, to be fair. It's not song sanity. Scrub sanity could be worse. But this is still looking like a 3 to 4 hour seed, probably. It's like your typical standard tournament settings, plus a couple extra things that you need 100%, basically.
Yep.
So I'd estimate this to be a 3 to 4 hour seed, likely, depending on, exact things. But this won't be 6 hours, I don't think. This is probably going to be over 3 hours. I don't think this will go over 5. I don't think the seed is that nutty. We do have regular item pool, as we get another heart piece off the Sunsong Grave, but that's hard to say.
But we are picking up a lot of key items. Or at least Flouche's.
Yep. And Rafa will get them as well. I mean, they both know we're 100%ing the seed. Go on. In a scene like this, what you need to do absolutely everything, and they know they need to do absolutely everything. The biggest thing is this is an execution race, and primarily is execution and efficiency. How fast can you do things, and can you do them in the most efficient way you can? Because you know you're going everywhere, and your opponent's also going absolutely everywhere. There's no saving you from either of those things.
So far, Flouche has 7 hearts out of 10, because then with the 10, you open up Ganon's castle.
Yep.
It looks like Flouche is not going to pick up the bomb bag.
Alright, where does Requiem take us? Vanilla. Okay. That works.
Cool. It's a free song as well, unless
this turns out to be one of our shuffled items on song checks, because we did start with 3 songs.
Yeah.
Yep, that Spirit Temple.
Oh, that is a song.
Prelude. So our ZL is going to be our last song we don't have any information on. Lovely.
It could be on Minuet or Bolero.
Or it could be somewhere else, I think. But Goron is dead. That is a good hint. And yeah, Chad has a horrendous suggestion. 50 skulls heart container or heart piece would just be bad. I mean, they do have overworld skull sanity, which helps a bit, but also it's overworld skull sanity, which is one of the things that adds time to seeds, because there are some really lousy skull locations in the game. This skull is normally pretty bad. The three-plated beam makes it a little less terrible, but yikes. So yeah, also recovery hearts, not what they want. They're actually not doing too terribly on hearts right now. They're at, I think, 7 and 6 right now. But
Yep.
they need all 20. They need 19 out of 20, so go us. Yeah, Sunslug definitely helps with overworld skull sanity for sure. This would be quite a lot worse without it. That is true. Oh yeah, Tobias saying right, because they've already skipped a bunch of tokens because it's behind. Because we know from a hint that Skullhouse is an OGC. Wahoo! So how likely is that to be required? Concerningly not 0, Tobias, given we already have strength 2. Unfortunately. Speaking of strength 2, this is going to be it for Rafa.
Well, strength, because he didn't get the one in Goron.
Oh wait, he doesn't have strength 1 yet. Big, yeah, no, there is absolutely going to be at least 1 heart piece or heart container on the skull shell. There's 50 of them in the overworld. Oh, there's like 56 of them in the overworld, I think, or something like that. There's slightly more overworld skulls than dungeon skulls, but there's a lot of them. There's guaranteed to be at least 1 heart piece or heart container on one of them somewhere. We do know that 30, 40, 50 will be all these hints. That is true, Fennel, but we still have to find those hints. Unlike some other randomizers, OoTR does not give you the hints from the start.
Well, this is a fishing pond.
That is a fishing pond. Where do we find that? I didn't quite catch it.
There's a Colossus Fairy.
Oh, neat.
Well, who doesn't like fishing in the desert?
Alright, DC here is going to be really good for Rafa. There's a lot of checks in here between skulls and between regular checks and scrubs. Not the skulls, though you could still pick those up too. Yeah, there will be 3 copies each of. There will be 2 copies each of 30, 40, and 50 because they're always hints. Because we do not have a skull win con today, thankfully. 30 is dead, speaking of. Don't have 30 or 40 yet. 40 or 50 yet, though.
Fish.
Yes, Mary, it is a 19 Heart Cannon's Castle boss key. And speaking of, there's Heart Container number 4 of the seed off the DC side scrub. Here's another. Okay. Here's a thought. So we know that there is a Heart Container in Zora's River. We don't know where in Zora's River that is. We know it can't be Frogs 2 because that's a separate hint. But it could be on one of our other frogs. Because remember, frog sanity is a possibility in these settings. We had that last time. No one knows on the Colossus Arch, by the way, in case anyone in chat has seen it.
Was that the big Goron sword?
We got a hint for that earlier. It's on opening it up.
Giant's knife, then?
A giant's knife, yeah, on which check was that? Because I didn't quite see it.
It was the lobby scrub near map chest.
Okay, because I believe the GBGS is on the hair scrubs in DC further in, I think was the hint. So both of our large knives, large swords, on the DC scrubs. Sure.
There's a scale.
Yep. Scale of the DC compass. My note sheet is impressively full for 5 minutes. Yeah, because it's 19 Hearts, DMC wave here basically became worthless. You are correct. Okay, I mean, the field path to Hearts is more or less worthless too. Gee, thank you for telling me Strength 2 is path to Hearts. I'm pretty sure there's at least one heart piece or heart container in the Spirit Temple. Wahoo! Most useful hint of all time! I mean, all hints are going to be of questionable utility as it were anyhow, other than some of our always hints, as Flouche gets his that'll be his 8th heart container, yeah. Can't count for a second. But a lot of hints will be of dubious utility given that they do have to go everywhere. This is basically this is more or less Triforce Hunt except with heart container, except with hearts. So you have and it's 19 hearts too, so you have a little flexibility on what your 20th heart isn't. Because it could be 4 heart pieces or your last heart container, but either way, you're doing everything. You'd actually do kind of want CSMC on in this case, that is true, because with a heart win condition, hearts and heart pieces would be in large chests.
Oh,
not today.
That was really clean from Flouche.
Another stick above King Dodongo.
At least there's a heart container in here. And DC's one of our stones.
Yep. Our stones are DC, Fire, and Shadow today.
Yep. It's crazy that Spirit is basically full clearable at this point. As well as FQ Shadow.
Well, we don't have
Force.
ZL. We have a problem. We can't
Right,
make
that's
full clear
true.
Spirit without ZL. We have everything else for it, but we don't have ZL.
Though I'm pretty sure I have a good idea of where it is.
We are running out of song locations. It could be Mignonette, it could be Bolero, it could be...
I think it
we know
could
it's not
only
Ice
be those
Cavern.
two.
It could be the Prelude
Or-
song check.
Yeah, Prelude as well. That works.
Yeah. Yes, technically ALR can be off as Rafa gets another heart piece out King Dodongo, but ALR being off in a 19 heart win condition is essentially meaningless. Because we're going everywhere anyway. The game is not going to lock much of anything off for us. Yeah, we could have one heart container not accessible, that is true, but there is going to be very limited amounts of stuff locked off, if anything, because there's just so little available. Because there's so little that can't be available. I like our prediction, by the way. Who is getting 19 hearts first? Flouche is healthy or Rafa is healthy?
Well, hopefully they pick up the one in
Bowling?
in Bombchu Bowling. Who knows?
Yeah. Tobias, for heart pieces and heart containers on the random distribution priority list? Absolutely no idea.
Because imagine if
the
last heart container is in the boss key chest in Gan's castle, or Gan's tower rather.
Yeah, Big Pose is dead. Okay, that's good to know, I guess. We know that it's only one Poe, but the bonus song is Nice Cavern, so I guess that's not a bad hint. Yeah, I don't know where they are on the item distribution priority list. I do know that the only things that heart containers and heart pieces logically lock is is access to Ganon's castle plus Ganon himself, and that's it, of course. So they can be basically anywhere. Rafa's Flouche is up to 8 heart containers, so we're making good progress, but also we still need a lot more. They're considered advancement items. Okay, thanks, Fennel. That makes sense. And yeah, light arrows could lock the boss key. Same as any other logically relevant item. Thank you. The game does have to guarantee that 10 hearts are available before Ganon's Castle, the Rainbow Bridge access. Beyond that, though, the other 10 can be in a bunch of places. Goron City Maze left chest is a Hylian shield. Nice hover strat there for Rafa. And here's the thing, too. That's strength 2 for Rafa. That was strength 1 for Flouche at the Goron City Maze skull. That's in a really lousy spot. That's one of the more notoriously terrible skulls to get because it's child only when you want to go there as adult for the left side chest.
Yep.
So you have to sacrifice one of the 2 checks, either way, when you go to the Goron City Maze. Either you get the right 2 chests and the skull as child, or you get all 3 chests but not the skull as adult. And you have to come back for the 4th, whichever one you don't get the first time.
And I think Flouche's play actually paid off better in this regard.
Goron City Scrubs, don't forget these things for Rafa here.
Yep.
They are extremely forgettable as skulls go, so it is big to remember that these exist. Or not skulls. Grabs. Flouche getting a skull. That's where my brain was going.
And hopefully they get the Lake Hylia skulls sooner.
Yeah, that'll be a thing eventually. More tokens. And more tokens. That's 6 for Rafa.
Yep.
And a recovery heart. I would have laughed if that was a third token. Yeah, we know that 30 skulls is actually dead. Like, not the heart piece, not the heart container, not, you know, a token. It's actually just straight up useless. I forget what. I think maybe a Deku stick or something. It is actually 100% truthfully useless. We do have to distinguish heart containers, heart pieces, and tokens, given that it's token sanity and, you know, 19 heart guns Castle Bosky. But 30 skulls is actually just dead.
Yep.
Purple rupee, thanks, chat. That is, what is that on the crater? I can't quite tell.
And there it is, Zelda's Lullaby.
There's the L in the crater.
I figured it would have been there.
Probably, yeah. So the minuet, prelude and prelude and prelude song checks will both be items then, because we started with 3 of them, and one of them was from ZL song checks, but the other 2 are taken out of the item pool. Yep, Metagoron Shuffle is on. Fire Basement Loop is a small key and boss key.
There's the Rang. That's Death Mountain Crater.
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Adult Shooting Gallery and Fountain Fairy.
Well, it's not too bad. You just KZ skip.
That is allowed in this rule set in this tournament, yes. Chat asks. Alright, DMT Fairy is a new check, speaking of fairy fountain entrances. And there's the Sora shop. And chat noting as well that because the Fire Temple boss key was hinted in the basement loop there, that means it's not vanilla boss keys, just probably own dungeon boss keys. And that it's not boss key shuffle, because otherwise it would have specified that it was the Fire Temple boss key.
Yep.
So no key sanity. Again, this isn't that wacky a seed, honestly. It's basically your Season 6 settings plus cheap scrubs, overworld skulls, and indoor ZR, and that's... And of course this win condition, and that's really about it. It's not too... Well, it's really not too weird as far as RSL goes, which is nice.
Yeah.
Oh, Goron City's way of the hero, too. That's a good hint for Rafa, because he needs that strength upgrade. We do know that Shadow Trial is off, which means that it is 4 or 5 trials, and that at least one of Light or Fire Trial is on, so that he needs that strength. He needs all 3 strength upgrades eventually to go do that.
Yep.
And okay, that looks like a red rupee up on the crater volcano, so that's not required. Not that it's an issue because they have hover boots.
And this.
Yep. Rafa not even going to bother with the bean because that's slow, and that's our first bottle of the seed there on the last one's Adult Skull. That is very useful. That opens up all of the Soil Grotto skulls. Ice Cavern is more of a thing now, and you might honestly be going there right now.
Yep.
And just in general, good stuff to get. We'll also get a look at where this... We'll also get an idea here of... We know that we got a hint that there is a heart container in Zora's River.
Well,
we don't know which... Nope. We don't know which check that is.
40 is dead.
That's good. 40 actually dead and not just something else?
Yeah, because it's a refill.
Yeah, medallions are not technically needed at all, but probably get them because boss may reward hearts. Exactly. A long shot for Rafa is on the Cack Tree Skull at night as child. He hasn't done the Cack Knight Skulls yet for some reason. He not sure if he knew if he was Skull Sandy at that time. They're always good to get in RSL anyway. So he'll need to go back for them eventually. 50 Skulls is also dead. Good.
Goron City. Way the hero, I think.
Yep, that's for the strength. We were discussing that earlier.
Yep. That makes sense.
What is that in Lower River? I can't quite tell for Rafa, who gets... So, if that heart container is not on the scrubs, we're looking at either the bean salesman or frogs.
Or child skulls.
Or the child skulls, yeah. There's only a couple of options left. And note as well that the Zora's River soil patch does not have a skull in it. It's the only one that doesn't.
Yep.
And yeah, Ice Cavern towards a heart piece. Great. Thanks, game. Really needed that one. And Feroz is in the river scrubs, okay. Not the heart container, but that's not bad. Alright, Cack Adult Skull here is a vanilla token. That'll be number 9 for Flouche. We know that 30 through 50 are now dead between these two. We do not know about 10 or 20. They might be required. Nothing on the Upper River Skull. That was not the heart container that was hinted.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, domain hint. 30 is still dead. It's the game. And Adult Domain Skull is another hurt piece. Definitely need that.
Yep.
Honestly, I'm worried because if neither of them ever goes back to that bowling heart piece, that means they have to find all 8 heart containers and then can only miss 3 other heart pieces tops.
Yep.
Because it's 19 hearts out of 20. Their margin of error is not very big.
Oh, there's
it's
a
not
bottle.
0, but it's not big as we get to the happy 1 hour mark, everyone. This is fun.
At least Flouche found a bottle here.
Yep, that was open found, by the way, so nice.
In other words, Japu is free.
Yep, that will be another dungeon they can go do, which has a bunch of things to do in it, given that got the regular 4 items plus the scrub. Seems to be a token at the bottom of Fountain, thank you, and that's also their spirit medallion from Jabu today, so that's good. And the last FM skill is a bomb refill. Presumably the iceberg was nothing, and if Rafa will backtrack for... Well, Rafa doesn't have the bow, so can't do the adult shooting gallery, never mind. And it is true that we could just have Fountain open as adult and not as a child, I forgot that. Right, thank you for the reminder, VXR. SFM scrubs for Flouche. Chews are in logic, and looks like for Rafa getting a chew refill there. Cute. None of it much matters here.
There's the second magic.
Nothing. What was the minuet check there for Flouche? Because I managed to miss it.
It was an item. Just a refill for the bombs.
Neat. Yeah, I managed to just completely spaz it. Yep, time to full clear Forest Temple. Like Medallion Forest, like Medallion itself serves absolutely zero purpose, but there is a bunch of items in here. And again, as per, the past half hour of discussion, we're going everywhere. Yeah, Minya and Prelude are the two song checks that will have items, correct, Raphael? And actually, Serena, the single arrow is the unique junk item, so to speak, in Link to the Past. In Ocarina of Time, it is the single green rupee, as we get. Oh, hey, her container in Ice Cavern. That's a good find.
Rush Ice.
Yes, indeed.
It's an interesting choice for a mini boss theme.
Yep. It is basically rush everything. They have a lot of stuff. Like Flouche, like Rafa's missing strength 2 and a bow, but he still has plenty of stuff he can do, and Flouche is going to be coming here eventually. He needs his heart container. And there's a heart piece in here too. He'll need both, most likely. So you basically need to just do everything. No, it was a heart piece into the nice top file, which is probably right there on that vanilla freestanding.
Yep.
The heart container is a bonus. Yep, Mayfairy Fox, it is 19 heart cannons Castle Boss Key, because of course it was. It is.
Ow.
They need to go everywhere for everything, essentially, and unfortunately they have both already autopiloted into skipping a heart piece on Bombshoe Bowling. We hope they remember, because otherwise that's a real ouch, as that's a hammer there in Ice Cavern. We need that. We need that. We. This is going to be something required in Fire. They're going to get some small key in the basement loop.
And there's the boss key.
Speaking of boss keys.
Time.
Yeah. It's an option. This will also be a bonus song for Rafa here, which will get them access to logical access across the Bruto Valley Bridge.
Mm-hmm.
They can already reverse Wasteland, but that's not in logic. Reverse Wasteland is not in logic in these settings.
Yeah.
Hey, that's true that Longshot's already in logic. Forgot that. Thank you for the reminder, Alex. Oops. So yeah, that will also put fit 1000 HBA in. Doesn't do anything for 1500. It might give us an extra frog. We haven't seen our frogs 2 hint, by the way. So we don't know if that's going to be a dual hint or just a single hint, which will tell us if it's frog sanity or just the regular 2 frogs checks. Yeah, we're finally confirming, yeah, between the vanilla fire boss key and water trial, that hammer is most likely required. And also just a small key in the fire basement loop to funnel that one likely required for to climb fire, another token, and there's a bonus song for Rafa to finish it off. Top file, the OGC skull is not hookshot locked. Jump slashing it and then jump and then getting it with a jump is in default logic. Yeah, we can already get frogs too as well, so regardless of if it's frog sanity or not, they can get it. Decent chance at least one of our 2 frogs 2 hints is in Fountain. I don't think Rafa's read either, because we haven't seen either copy, and we're running out of hints to check. Haven't seen the South Field hints either. We need to check more of Field anyway. It's Path to Hearts, and there's a lot of just pre-checks there. The bonus song will make getting to them earlier easier. Jump hint. Well. Greetings from Turbina, yep. Alright, does King Sora have anything for us today? Nope, just a nut. I do quite like this music here for Flouche and Forest Temple.
Yep. Classic Zelda theme.
Yep, the series' main theme. Not sure which particular remix that this one is, but it's very distinctive for sure. And here's a red rupee for Flouche. Just more overworld cleanup for the both.
Oh no!
And nice trap for Rafa.
I think that's the 4th ice trap we've seen.
Something like that.
No, I think that's actually the 3rd one. Because we've seen it on the Flouche's side.
Flouche's side. Yeah, he did those scrubs earlier. Now if I was gonna do SFM here and go, and yeah, it's already nighttime. We can get the skull without playing Suns. And he will dip into Forest, but unfortunately Rafa still doesn't have that bow from the Kakanite skulls. And here's the thing, you do not want to skip the Kakanite skulls as child in RSLC. Not sure, I'm honestly not sure if he knew it was Overworld Skull Sanity at that point, but even if not, it's just 5 really quick skulls, and you can route that in with other things too. I'm surprised he didn't do Dompe digging actually at that time, because none of them did Dompe digging that I can remember, and that...
Neither of them did.
They might want to go back to that at some point. They want to go back to everything, really.
Yeah, of course.
And because they can route Dompe digging with the... They can also route Dompe digging with the Pohut skull, because that's in the Dompe hut, which is the same that requires the same timing as child as the Dompe check, of course. Digging check, of course. That's when Dompe's not in his hut.
Yep.
Rafa never bothered opening the Demon T gate. Yeah, that too. I never could do Dompe time setup. That is true, I guess. Yeah. I mean, he just chose to not walk over there to show the letter, to be fair, so it's not hard to open the gate. Really, as we get to the hour 11 mark, let's please do give our 2 runners a follow, Flouche and Rafa, to my co-com Lee, and to our trackers, Caroliana Nakashika, as well as to our race streamer Elka, and merci beaucoup aussi Papy Grand et Ziros pour la race stream française.
And even in RSL, we're getting a double forest. Quite poetic, actually.
That's kind of fitting. Alright, Forest Checkerboard chest is another token. That's number 16 for Flouche.
They only need to go up to 20.
Yeah, they'll end up picking up more anyway, because it's not CSMC, and it's Overworld Skull Sanity, so they're just going to end up picking tokens up out of chests anyway. But yes,
yeah,
Flouche will certainly be able to get 10 and 20 turned in whenever he finally gets Strength free to go. Open OGC for the Skull House. That's just such a silly location for that thing.
Yep.
You know, funny thing, we have a lot of stuff. We've got 2 Bow Bags, 2 Strengths, a bow, both magics, slingshot, long shot, all 3 magical spells, none of them magical arrows. Funny thing to note is we don't have a single wallet yet, despite this being Shop Sanity.
Yeah.
So technically, we cannot do much of Fire Temple without that Goron tunic right now, and we haven't seen the tunic either. This would have been a horrible city for Skull House hints. Absolutely, Tafile. And hey, 79 Cole, yep, 19 Heart Boss Key. In other words, it's basically a really mean Triforce hunt.
Yep. And they orphaned Bombchu Bowling. The end.
They left 1 heart piece there, yep, and that 1 heart piece might really come back to bite. They might grab when they go back child. That assumes they remember it exists, Aka. That's the issue. Is they probably autopiloted past it, thinking it wasn't required, so they already knew it was Path to Hearts at that point, so they knew it was a Heart Win Con, even though they didn't know it was 19 Heart Win Con. So I would not have skipped it if I were them, but they did choose to skip it then, and they might have mentally written it off as being dead by this point, in which case... Because remember that the wiggle room for hearts is either find all 36 heart pieces in 7 of 8 heart containers, or find all 8 heart containers in 32 of the 36 heart pieces. And if they never go back for that bowling heart piece, that makes their win condition 8 heart containers and 32 heart pieces. Which, debatable as to which one's worse, but not as good. It's better to have both available. rather than to lock yourself out of being able to just skip the 1 heart container. Yeah, Kashika, Hearts has been a win con for a while, it just doesn't tend to come up too much. Unfortunately, not the most exciting of races to watch when it's a not too nutty settings and your black standard. Well, this is just classic RSL scenes where you just need to go everywhere,
Nice
do
job.
everything. Yeah, very nice Phantom Ganon fight. This is one of those classic go everywhere, do everything, have fun scenes. We're gonna be here for at least another hour and a half, probably. I estimate this will be something in the 3 to 4.5 hour range, depending on just exactly how bad those last couple hearts are.
Phantom
Token
Ganon
18.
was just another token.
Yep, and that'll be the entirely useless light medallion here.
Right, there's 3 fountains here in Market. Speaking of token,
It's 4 fairy fountains, not 3. I remember specifically tracking 4 of them.
I see.
Because there's 1 each in the potion shop, treasure chest minigame, the Bombchu shop, and that back alley house.
Yep. They should honestly just call this the Fountain Market.
Yeah. And yeah, all of our 30 through 50 are dead. We don't know about 10 or 20 because we got a hint that OGC has the schoolhouse in it as... Oh, boom. Okay, that candy for Rafa. And this is also his chance to go back for that heart piece on bowling. If he doesn't go back for it here, I assume he's not going back for it ever. Just because he's currently clearing out market for checks he couldn't do earlier. So this is a good chance for him to get that heart piece, and if not, I'm gonna assume he's probably written it off mentally as being junk and is never going back for it.
Yeah.
It's just in such a bad spot. And he is backtracking, so that's good.
Yup.
Yeah.
No, don't blow up the dog!
I'm honestly impressed by the way that Rafa remembered, because it is so easy to just write this kind of thing off mentally as being, oh, it's junk, I don't need it, and never come back to it. And we've seen people lose races to it before. This one wouldn't have been a race ender in and of itself, but it's always good to not have to deal with it, to not have to worry about it.
Yeah.
And if this is a nice bet, that would be funny. Nope, well, it is real. That's good. And that is heart container number 9 for Rafa. Ellie, yeah, that's what I'm thinking, is he might have kept it in mind as waiting to see how many hearts were needed. I don't know why you don't just bowl for it in the first place, because you're already right there and you have to go back. And it's more of a time loss to go back for it, but, well, he already knew it was a heart win con. Spirit is on the path to hearts. Gee, thanks!
And he can actually do, like, Spirit. All of it.
Yep.
More sticks!
Yep. Yeah, confirming, gee, thank you. Yeah, we know Strike 2's way of the hero. Much appreciated. We know Strike 2 is path to hearts as well in field. Great. And the mirror shield. Lovely. Both of our path to hearts hints basically pointing just towards that. Adult Shooting Gallery is our 6th known heart container of 8. That's good.
Yep.
I do hope Rafa goes back for that heart container, though, because he couldn't do it earlier due to no bow, and I hope he does go back to go get his heart container.
Yeah.
Path to hearts items have to be items that lead to hearts, not hearts themselves directly.
Also,
same as path to gold hints cannot be directly Triforce pieces.
Or path to
tokens, or whatever that wording is the same idea.
Flouche now has Ganon's castle available to him.
He does, actually, now with that 10 hearts. Oh, and Tilla actually saying they can be hearts, never mind. Heart requirements are total. Including 3 they start with. Otherwise, you couldn't have a 19 heart win condition. Oh, heart win cons can't work differently and can't hit them directly. Okay, thanks. Yeah, you get 22 heart containers, exactly. Oh, so it's Path of Gold Hints and Path of Hearts. They're slightly different. I think it's an oversight, actually. Yeah, I feel like that should be consistent between the those path types. Fennel is that Path of Gold and Path to Hearts should work the same way. It's more confusing to not have them work that way, I think. When tokens are excluded from being hinted directly, the same wasn't done for hearts. Well, I guess that's a PR time, Fennel, is to go fix that. Because I feel like that inconsistency is just confusing. Is to keep tokens and hearts, because they're for that matter, Triforce pieces, because they're all functionally pretty similar when you end up in this kind of situation. So yeah, there are new things and stuff to go fix when playing RSL. We filed a couple separate bug reports on their first match too, because we found a few bugs. Since PR'd, but we did find a couple of bugs last time around. This will also be another heart container here for Flouche. That'll be his 11th, and he'll get a heart piece out of here as well to which I don't think is going to be his 12th heart container, but he's doing really well. First wallet in Child Spirit.
And Flouche is currently at 11 hearts out of 19. So he's still going to need probably strength 3 at this rate.
Bro, the hard acquired strength 3 for trials, if nothing else. Remember, we have late or fire trial on because Shadow Trial is off.
Yep.
We also need Gan. Yeah. Yeah, Flouche has inside Gan's castle access. He is halfway through, having gotten 8 of the 16 hearts needed to be picked up. There's second bow for Rafa, finally doing Child Cack, so that's Night Skull, so that'll be good. He'll get his long shot and his second bow now.
Yep. He'll still be missing his strength until he does Child Goron City.
Yep. He can at least do the Runeathon, which Flouche obviously couldn't do earlier, so that might be something that could matter. There's long shot for Rafa. There's a hammer for Flouche. Yeah, I'm curious where lights are as well. We do have that. We did see Dompe's hut earlier. It's in the Talon's house in Rancher. But neither of them been back as adult to check it. And that would be good to know where that. We'll eventually be able to get there because we're getting everything because it's this seed. But we do eventually need to get it. We do want to get the hint just so we have some guidance as to where lights are. Especially for Flouche, who is really going at a pretty good pace, an hour 25 in, already halfway through the hearts. And Rafa's not too far behind at 9.
Yeah.
I know he's missing a heart container off Adult Shooting Gallery. I'm because he didn't have the bow earlier. I'm not sure where the other heart container the other heart pieces he's missing are. He is missing heart pieces. I think he's picked up all the heart containers Flouche has, but he is missing one.
Ooh, very clean gainer.
Yep.
Dompe's dead.
Yep. Don't forget to peek this skull, and that's dead as well. Does have a boomerang to pick it up, but good so you don't have to do it.
Oh, right, and then this skull, too.
Yep. Just purple rupee.
Ooh, excellent.
Also, yeah, this music is very good. It's from the Oracle games. I forget which one this is, but it's a very catchy tune for sure.
Yeah.
Minuet incoming for Rafa.
I mean, Minuet is always worth picking up when you can.
Mm-hmm. Check confirming it's a Dancing Dragon dungeon. Thanks. And, oh no, what? Oh, it's season 4th dungeon. Okay, never mind.
I'm really hoping that the Oracle games get remade similar to Link's Awakening.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps with a more versatile dungeon creator.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, I'd like to play the Oracle games. I would love an Oracle remake myself. I really want to see Minish Cap. A Minish Cap remake would be really nice. That was my first Zelda for complicated reasons.
Yeah. And the Redead stopping Rafa in his tracks.
Yep. Yeah, Capcom. Those Oracles and Minish Cap were produced in partnership with Capcom, which is less likely to get remakes. But I do hope it does. I would like to see this happen. I know they're getting ported to Switch Online. by way of the Nintendo Online expansion packs, but well, we'll see.
Yeah.
And an actual true remake would be really nice.
And perhaps the third game that was that they were planning on making, but they didn't.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was supposed to be Oracle of Secrets.
No. What's it? Yeah, actually, yeah, Oracle of Secrets. Something else.
All the frogs can be done. It's crazy.
Yep. Alright, back to the well for Rafa for the ZL lock checks. Good memory for him. Flouche almost skipping the small chest and realizing, wait, it's not CSMC, I need to check that.
Yep. Just preparing bugs.
Yep. Good drafting as well. It's funny because this is one of the rare times where I do have objective measure. Nice. Where Flouche getting that hint for Ice Cavern holding a piece of heart after doing Ice Cavern and getting that heart piece. And it's funny because, unusual for random, we can actually get a very literal metric of who's ahead on some level, just based on how many hearts they have. Of course, it's not perfect because it's random, but it is a metric that's a bit better than, the usual.
Yeah. I'd have to say Flouche is ahead for now just because he can actually get into Ganon's castle.
Mm-hmm. Rafa's not far behind that, but Flouche also just has Strength 2 and Dins and has done things a little bit more efficiently than Rafa just because of being able to go there. And speaking of Strength 2, it's time for Spirit Temple.
Yep.
Which makes perfect sense. Gonna check the Colossus Ferry first, which is going to be him fighting.
It was fishing.
Oh wait, no, I forgot. The Scrubs, that's what it was. I forgot it was he who checked the fishing hole earlier.
I was curious on why he didn't check this grotto earlier.
Don't remember either, as that's token number 22. And
Frog!
the Eyeball Frog, which we don't need because Big Goron is hinted dead.
Yep.
Brendan was wondering why Flouche is not going into Ganon's castle just yet, probably because he's got other things to do. Would like Strength 3 for Light Trial, of course. Can do Water Spirit, Forest, and Shadow Trial 1, but we know Shadow Trial 2's then. I guess just kind of wants to follow his path hints at the moment anyway.
It looks like the well hasn't had too much to offer.
Not at all. Don't think we found anything the first trip either, besides, maybe a heart piece or something. And there's another slingshot.
I think Rafa's going for this skull in near Dodongo's cavern. Ooh, that was
Makes
very
sense.
smooth.
Yeah, very nice for Flouche. And yeah, this makes sense for Rafa to go for the DMT Soil Skull. It can be a bit forgettable. I think we've seen a race. I kind of vaguely remember an RSL race from a long time ago where both runners left that skull for a really long time and it turned out to be like a boss key or something that came back to bite.
Yeah.
It's just one of those things where it's just, you don't really tend to go past this part of DMT very often as a child, so it's just a thing that's really easy to just forget exists.
Yeah.
And 18 tokens for Rafa. Yep. Elga also guilty of forgetting that skull, hehe. Alright. Adult Spirit Climb chest is a blue pea and a heart piece. Oh, gee, thank you, Spirit Path of Hearts, and Strength 2 and Mirror Shield. Who would have thunk? Hey, Rahylia, yep, it's go everywhere, do everything. We need 19 hearts to beat the seed today.
And it's not even the first one that I've actually seen. But this one does seem more jet than the one I played.
I mean, these settings really aren't that bad. It's basically just like your typical Season 6 kind of, regular type tournament settings, plus cheap scrubs, overworld skulls, and indoor ZR, and that's really about it as far as things go.
Yep.
Like, it's not that bad as settings go. It's just a little, it's just 100% seed. It is going to be a little bit longer than your typical Season 6 seed, for instance. I think this will be closer to, like, I think it's going to be the 3 hour to 4 hour, maybe 4.5. The last couple are really bad. Nice Strength 3.
Strength.
We need that.
Yep.
But yeah, basically it's a full 100%, technically, yeah, basically 100% the seed type of race, and that's really, yeah, that's what it is.
Dead Scrub.
Yep. Spirit's also Firelocked, potentially, by the way, either Firelocked or a key on Child's side. Not that it really matters, because they have access to both. I came here for Rando, not Hundo, Akashika. Well, it's RSL. Always be prepared for a Hundo seed of the most ridiculous degree when it comes to RSL.
Yep. Another bottle. Let's go.
It is probably one of the quickest Hundo so far, though. Yeah, that is true, because their first match against each other for this bronze match was also a Hundo seed, except it was minimal. And I think was it Dungeon ER? I forget what all was on in that one now. It's been a few weeks. But that one took substantially longer to Hundo. It was a 6-hour seed for Rafa. So,
Yeah.
this one won't be that long. There's just not that much in the seed to take 6 hours on.
Yeah. We already got a lot of key items. It's mostly just going to be down to finding light arrows and maybe iron boots.
I mean, light arrows they'll have a hint for. They just need to go get the hint, which neither of them have done.
They can't.
They can. It's the Dante Hut has one. Remember?
Oh right. That is true. I just remembered now.
Yep. And yep, Salty Cracks. We use a separate RSL. We use a separate OoTR tracker for RSL as compared to our regular restreams for weeklies in Season 6.
The double arrow drop.
And yeah, Flouche is halfway there on hearts. Has collected 8 of the 16 additional hearts that you need to beat the seed, beyond just the 3 they started with. Yeah, we use this tracker pretty much for RSL. We've also used it a couple times for like all sanity races, and for we use it for a couple Freaky Fridays as well, where you just needed to track all the stuff. As we get another small key on the left hand. And the third bottle. Oh yeah, Flouche is doing very well right now. Rafa's finishing up Deku here is where he's going. Sadly, he has to try and do the backflip strats here because he doesn't, and Felix is just going to go push the block for it. Because he doesn't have Dins yet, as that was on the Hot Rodder Gorn. He hasn't been to Chalkboron City, which has both his Dins and his Strength 2, both of which are required.
Yep.
Dins because presumably there's at least one heart piece for Heart Container in Shadow Temple. There are 12 items in there. I'd assume there's at least one of those in that. 2 items on child side, by the way, because that's a small key on Flouche's. And either two items, or I don't think I've seen a boss key yet, come to think of it.
Oh, I know that the wallet was on one of the child side items.
Oh yeah, that's true. I forgot Rafa did it already. I don't remember if he got boss key. I guess, okay, so I think boss key's either vanilla or the top of spirit then. Yeah. Sorry, brain's a bit all over the place in hour 40, and I did not get the most sleep last night.
Ah.
Yeah, this is just in general though, this is a remarkably tame RSL seed. It's not super jetty, but it's not exceedingly mean as we get our vanilla boss key. It's not actually vanilla boss keys. We did get a hint, we did see that the forest boss key was in the map chest, and we know that we got a hint at the fire boss, and we got a hint for the fire boss key was our first indication it wasn't vanilla boss keys, because if it was vanilla, we wouldn't have gotten a hint for it.
Yep.
But it's still funny that 2 of the 3 boss keys we've seen so far have been vanilla. Completely. This scene seems like the opposite of the casino mode. It pretty much is for now Nocturne, but that 18th and 19th heart containers might end up trolling them as we get gold scale here. Because in Triforce Hut, it's always those last couple pieces that control people, and it's going to be much the same for the last couple hearts. Because you eventually do end up running out of the dense locations, and then you're left with an assortment of less dense locations, and you're like, okay, which one of these, half a dozen random overworld spots do we need to go to for the last couple things I want? Salty Cracks! It's a heart container win condition seed. They need 10 hearts for the Gans Castle Rainbow Bridge, and 19 hearts for the Gans Castle boss key. Alright, Light Trial's on. I didn't really look at any of the others, and Flouche doesn't really care about any of the others either, because he can do all of them anyway.
Yep.
In fact, with Strength 3, Log Shots, Dins, Hover Boots, Hammer, a Bottle, and yeah, Flouche can full clear Ganons full clear the trials right now. Can't actually finish them without those light arrows, which we haven't gotten the hint for yet, but we can go do all the checks in here.
Yep. He's probably planning on setting up the entrance.
Heart piece here.
Oh.
That works, I guess, because Spirit's a little further in.
Yeah.
No, in Tharung Scream. We can't get... Because you can't get the Ganondorf hint without lights in a seed where trials are on, or if it's a vanilla bridge like this, there is an additional hint that has been added in Random Settings League to have a hint on the diary in Dompe's hut. We did see that in Lon Ranch in the Talon's house entrance earlier in the seed, they just haven't been back as adult to go read it. It is also 12 hearts, by the way, for Flouche on the heart piece and spirit trials. We're getting there eventually.
And Skull Kid is nothing.
Nope. More tokens for Flouche. He can't go check 10 and 20 after this. An OGC. Another heart piece.
Who knows? Flouche might be able to orphan that heart piece in
Bowling. It is possible. He just has to find the 8th heart container.
True.
7th and 8th. We're missing 2 right. Yeah, we're missing 2 heart containers right now. I've been tracking those. I have been tracking heart pieces because I am not counting 36 heart pieces. But I've been keeping track of the heart containers. As speaking of, there's one for Rafa. I thought he'd gotten that one earlier, but he hasn't, so that's one thing. And yeah, we are missing 2 heart containers currently. If Flouche is going to skip the Bombchu Bowling heart piece, he will need both of the remaining heart containers. I think it looked like Fire Trial might have been off, but wasn't paying that much attention. And a aim here bit for Rafa. And I think this might be our first time looking at Ocarina of Memory game, because I know Flouche didn't have an Ocarina when he passed through here earlier.
Water Trial's definitely on.
Yep. Yeah, Salty Cracks, the issue isn't how long it takes to do bowling. It is pretty fast as we get our third slingshot out of Water Trial. It's whether or not
And a
Flouche
wallet.
remembers. Yeah. It's not, the issue isn't that Truth Bowling takes a while or that it's out of the way. It's just that Flouche needs to remember it's there, which is a very different problem.
Oh, and there's also the scrubs here.
Yep. 4 additional checks. It's 5. For some reason, they added a 5th scrub in MQ. I can't remember what he sells, but it is 4 in vanilla.
Yeah. There's one
There's a small key.
2!
Alright, both keys on the scrubs, why not? And token 28.
And
our last boot. Alright, let's see what Forest Trial is, and then we'll go back to the Light Trial ZL check, and that'll be it for Trials for now for Flouche. Probably going to get 10 and 20 after that. And then I think Flouche might go Child, once he's done with all that, to go do some more Child checks. We'll have to see.
Yeah.
Child Goron City here, finally for Rafa, is going to get his Strength 2 and Dins.
Now I must see what Dancing Darunia has.
Flouche is going to skip the Light Trial ZL check. I hope that doesn't come back to bite him for now. Q-Tater, you are correct. It was 10 hearts to get to Ganon's castle for the Rainbow Bridge, and it is 19 hearts for the boss key.
Just a skull token.
Yep.
Speaking of which, we'll be getting a quick glance at what 10 and 20 are. 10 is
That's
dead.
a bloopy.
20 is a crap. That's number 4.
That is a very funny Skullhouse game. That's very, very, very dead. Alright, and Flouche is going back Child. We'll see if he gets the bowling heart piece here, as there's Dins for Rafa, because Flouche is going to be getting those fairy fountains in the market.
It looks like Flouche is going back Child, so that's nice.
Yep, just was commenting on that. And interesting, he will not be going for the market fairy fountains just yet.
Yeah. We can come back at any time.
We can. They don't matter too much right now. In fact, they don't matter at all for him. I think the only thing on them was a bow, but
I think he's doing...
it is something you don't want to skip. There might have been a Harpies thing too that I wasn't writing down. I don't think Flouche had that boss key to beat Twin Robo Fox. It is AL. We don't know it's not ALR, as there's Strength 2 for Rafa. This is one of those situations where there's really no good way to tell if it's ALR or beatable only, because you're going everywhere for everything anyway.
Yep.
It doesn't matter much at all, really, if... It was a vanilla boss key, never mind. I think he just didn't want to do it at the time, because it's just one check. But yeah, in any case, ALR really isn't an issue. It's a 19 heart recommendation. They're going everywhere. Flouche setting up for Dante here.
Yep.
That's how they're doing in chat too. It's a good point that even though Tornado was only one check, but it is a prelude. But prelude, it does give you additional item on prelude, and it also gives you. It basically would have given him basically Nocturne Nexus on Burning Cat because the Spirits of the Forest Medallion and Deku the Fire Medallion is pretty free. Now they have a Deku shield.
Mm-hmm.
Also remembering to get the Pooh Hut skill here, which is good for him. Don't forget these things.
Mm-hmm.
Like scrubs now for Rafa. I couldn't see these earlier because we had no money for them.
Yep.
Salty Cracks, we don't need the skull tokens anymore for either of them. 10 Well, we know 30 through 50 were dead from hints, and we've seen that 10 and 20 are also complete and total jack.
Oh, there's a heart piece.
That is heart piece 11 for Rafa now.
Yep.
And yeah, still no frogs in. We'll probably just blind check it. I mean, we're going to do frogs anyway, Ilka, because we know there is a heart container in River, and we're really running out of places for that heart container to be. I think it either has to be the Child River Ladder Skull, or it has to be on one of the frogs that's not Frogs 2, because Frogs 2 isn't always hint.
Mm-hmm.
And so wouldn't have been hinted as a heart container, but it has to be one of the two, because we've seen everything else in River, as far as I can remember. Or it could be the Bean Salesman, I guess there is that.
Yeah.
There's just not that much left for those things. Yeah, if it's not Frog Sanity, it has to be the ladder or beans, yeah. If it is Frog Sanity, then it could be frogs. Any of the first 5 frogs, or the salesman, or the ladder skull. But we do know that there is that heart container, and they will want to go get it.
At least we'll get to see Southern Hyrule checks now.
Yep. We know Field's path to Path of Hearts. We've gotten both a Strike 2 and a Mirror Shield for Spirit Temple out of it.
Yep.
And for Ganons, but we could always use more.
Of course.
And besides, it's a go everywhere, do everything seed anyway, so, you know.
I think Flouche is going to be going into the well.
It makes sense. Incoherent apparently is Path of Hearts like Path of Gold, where it's an item that unlocks hearts, or just a straight up heart. Smoky and Boss Key on Dark Lake River.
Yep.
Well, apparently, according to Fennel in the chat, an oversight means that it can be hearts. So that is not intentional and will be PR to be fixed soon, because that is not quite how the patterns usually work.
And after Remote Grotto, we just have the cow skull and
Tektite.
Tektite. That's about it. Crazy.
Yeah, the paths are kind of worthless. I mean, they're kind of worthless anyways to get our other Burning Cat hint in the Remote Grotto. Because we need everything!
Yup.
Because remember, it's also almost all trials. We know Shadow Trials off. I don't know if we saw any other trials off in Ganon's Castle specifically. I thought I might have seen one or two, but it's really hard to tell, and Flouche certainly wasn't looking at them all that much. So that they need everything. It doesn't much matter what they skip. They're what the hints are, because past the point, yeah. And Fennel's already sent the PR to fix the path. It's excellent.
Well, at least we'll be getting HF cow now.
Yeah. And yeah, trials are also just all lightly from being fully completable anyway. Robocop feels you can find out more information about the randomizer as we finally got our Frogson is dead and dead.
Yep. Well, I think one of them was actually a piece of heart.
Was it a piece of heart? I thought they were both useless. Recovery heart and purple ruby. Thanks, chat.
Oh, I see.
Oh,
Also,
hey, winter heart piece. Which is not entirely a meme, but yes, you can check out the randomizer at OoTRandomizer.com, Robocop Fields, and please also join the Discord for more information. We have a lot of information in the Discord. Yeah, well, you can help you set up the randomizer, get you bailed out if you get stuck, and other things. This is a relatively tame settings as far as random settings league go, but we can certainly. But there are a few things that I might necessarily recommend for a beginner. Overworld Skull City in particular can be very, very trolly. But Randomizer offers a lot of different settings to customize your experience as you wish. There are even things like shuffling all the pots, and all the crates, and everything else. But yeah, plenty of information to be found if you want them. And yeah, no, the OT speedrun page on ZeldaSpeedRuns.com does not give you information because it's for the vanilla speedrun. It's not for the randomizer. Those are very distinct things.
Yeah.
I mean, of course, it's still the same base game, so it's not a 100% useless reference page, but it's not the same. Recovery Heart in the Waterfall and 40 Skulls is still dead. Okay. Nice, Metal saying, fun fact, I once spent 2 hours, they apparently once spent 2 hours debugging an issue that they ultimately fixed by removing 4 spaces from the code. That is pretty funny. Gotta love Python, indeed. Alright, Valley Soil Skull, giving us another token we don't need.
Yep, gotta love Python.
Even like when I put together Planders, which is technically not true coding, though it does certainly involve a whole lot of syntax, I regularly end up having to just figure out, okay, which bracket did I forget? Did I add an extra comma or miss a comma again? What did I? Did I forget a semicolon or, colon? It's always just the little things that add up quickly. ALR stands for All Locations Reachable Orient Gaming, so in Randomizer, there are a couple different options for the accessibility of things. All locations reachable means that everything is available even if you don't need it. So, in fact, if it is, for example, 6 Medallion Bridge, the 3 stones will still be available even if you don't necessarily need them to beat the game. Or in this seed, assuming it is ALR, we can't tell because we're going everywhere anyway, given it's 19 out of 20 hearts. The 20th heart is going to be available. There is all goals reachable, which means that for example, if it's 5 Medallion Bridge, all 6 medallions will be available, but 3 stones may not necessarily because they aren't goals for the randomizer, so to speak.
Yeah.
And then there's reachable only, which means, for example, if it's 5 Medallion Bridge, you can get your 5 medallions. You might not be able to get your 6th, and you might not be able to get your stones. This scene is kind of terrible for discussing that because we're going everywhere for everything. When you need 19 out of 20 hearts, you're basically doing 100%ing the seed. So I'm using other examples as a little bit more clear explanation of it. It required only, so not reachable only. Bad wording. We did used to call it beatable only. It's called required only now because people assume that you had to turn on beatable only to make the seed beatable, and that all locations reachable would make a seed unbeatable potentially. That's not how that works, but, burning, so we decided to change it a while back.
Yeah.
We do try to keep Randomizer friendly to newbies and to non-English and native English speakers as well, so you will note that unlike some other randomizers, we do not use cryptic hints. We do not, in fact, have things like refrigerator rockets, reflective rampart, or what's the other thing I'm thinking of? Or, a blink stick or whatever the term is. Like, we do not have those type of cryptic hints because they're really hard to understand. Even native English speakers can't necessarily figure out what the heck a refrigerator rocket is supposed to be. Ice arrows, in case anyone's wondering. Or reflective rampart, which is a mirror shield. There's also some other really, really silly ones. Pixie ducks for magic's also pretty bad. They're still available as an option in the randomizer for cryptic hints, but all races have them as clear hints because they're just mean. Sorry on the spontaneous coughing fit, but we are coming up on our first break. Because since RSL can go very, very long, Beast 2's first match did go 6 hours after all, breaks are customary. Just to give us all a break, make sure we don't, go completely numb from sitting in our chairs for 6 hours, and stretch our legs, get a drink, and whatnot. So we're gonna go shut up for a couple minutes, probably run a quick ad break just to avoid issues later. We'll be back in a few. And yeah, cryptic hints can be fun if you're confident in your English and are willing to take some time carefully thinking about the wording, but it's also just really confusing. I know we had, back in the days of the very first Ocarina of Time Randomized main tournament, Season 1, clear hints weren't a thing yet, and I know that there was confusion to be had with the cryptic hints, because, I think a shield disabler was a hint at the time for the Big Goron Sword, and good luck figuring out what that meant. Shield disabler because Big Goron Sword is a two-handed weapon, but that's not obvious at all. So yeah.
Oh, the frog? That's the eyeball frog.
Alright, and I'm back. Stepped away for a minute just to go use the real-life toilet and stretch my legs for a minute. You also might want to mute yourself.
Yeah, probably.
Alright, yeah. Easy to forget to mute yourself. Sometimes I have done the same thing. But yeah, the frog on the item screen is a is the Eyeball Frag. It is part of the adult trade quest for the Bigron Sword in Vanilla. It is which is a shuffle check in randomizer and has been hinted to be dead today. So that frag's just going to sit in their inventory till the end of the seed. But we're just going to be... Our break is almost over. For those who are just tuning in, a little bit of a brief rundown of the seed. Let's see. Please do also, before I forget, give our runners a follow, please, if you haven't already. Flouche and Rafa, to my co-convli, to our two trackers, Akashika and Carliana, to our restreamer, Alcalunas, and merci beaucoup, Papicon et Zeros, pour le restream française aussi. For those who are just tuning in, we are just over 2 hours into a random settings league bronze match here between Flouche and Rafa. It's a pretty tame seed as far as RSL goes. We've got overall skull sanity, we've got cheap scrub sanity, and perhaps the most interesting thing about this seed is we have a heart container win condition. They need 10 hearts for the Cannon's Castle Rainbow Bridge, and 19 heart containers for the Cannon's Castle boss key. Essentially, they are going to be doing about 100% of the seed. They either need all 36 heart pieces and 7 of the 8 heart containers, or all 8 heart containers and 32 of the 36 heart pieces. Either way, we're going to be here for a bit. Note as well that Flouche has orphaned a heart piece on Bomb True Bowling. Autopiloted past it earlier despite knowing it was a heart win condition, though not yet how many. And Rafa has orphaned a heart container on the adult shooting gallery in the Zora's Fountain Fairy entrance due to not having a bow at the time. Both might come back to bite. As noted, it is 19 heart win condition. They do not need all 20 hearts, but there is not that much wiggle room. You can either miss 4 heart pieces or miss 1 heart container. You can't be missing both. And we've already seen Ganon's Castle. Flouche was in there earlier, did all the checks except for the second chest in Light Trial due to the key placements being kind of terrible. We won't be back for a while. You know that neither of them has gotten the latest hint from Dampe's hut, which is in the Valnut Ranch. Talon's house entrance. We would like to see it eventually, though there's a decent chance we might just find it somewhere on the way anyhow, given that they're doing everything. Tafel saying they feel better about Flouche since you can at least keep it as a piece in reserve if you remember it was there, but if not, yeesh, yep. I was also a little surprised Rafa remembered that there was a heart piece there that he left behind. They both likely autopiloted past that heart piece, thinking, oh hey, it's not required, because heart win conditions are very rare, and they perhaps weren't thinking, oh, we might need that for the heart win con. They knew it was heart win condition because they'd gotten a hint that Harrowfield was path to hearts already, so they knew it had to be some amount of hearts, just not yet how many, because he hadn't checked the pedestal a couple of times as adult yet. But I don't know if you remember it now. Some half hour later, hour and a half later now for Flouche because it's been so long. Hey Schultzer, yep, it is a 19 heart seed. We're getting everything.
What was on Tektite Grotto?
Completely missed it. No idea.
I see.
Flouche has gold skill anyway, so I assume junk. I don't think he actually went for it. Actually, no, Flouche just came from remote grotto. I don't think he's been there yet. No, right, it's being in a few different places. Whoops.
Yeah.
Good strength 3 for Rafa. Yeah, we'll see Retectic Grotto after this, I think, for Flouche potentially. Depends if he might go Valley, though, because that's what Rafa did for his routing earlier.
Yeah.
Now, they aren't doing terribly on hearts. Flouche is at 12, Rafa's at 11. We know there is a heart container in Zora's River, By way of a hint, we don't know where that is, as Flouche is now a winner with his 13th heart container after that winner heart piece. We do know there's a heart container in Sora's River. It is not on the frogs, per that hint Flouche just found. It is not on any of the adult skulls, it's not on the scrubs, and it's not on the freestanding heart pieces or in the grotto. The only remaining checks in Sora's River for that heart container are going to be either the Magic Bean Salesman, because we did start with the bean pack and pre-planted beans,
or the child
or the Child River Skull, which is the one up the top on the ladder.
I see. Was the one in the tree near the entrance checked?
Or the Tree Skull, I forgot that existed. Yeah, thank you for that.
I think that was a misclick.
Sorry, what?
The misclick for trying to get the boomerang instead of the bottle of bugs.
Oh, yeah. Alright, boss key for Spirit for Rafa as Flouche does the Lake Scrubs. We'll see if Rafa goes for Twin Rova here. I think I might honestly in his position. It'll unlock Spreading Cack and the Prelude song check as well. Prelude item check effectively here, but that'll be a couple additional things. We still don't have access to the Shadow Temple.
Like Hylia for Minuet.
Oh yeah, the Leak Lab entrance. Very funny game, very funny. I mentioned earlier that Prelude leads us to a shop somewhere, which is funny. Thanks, game. And did we see Cal domain checks earlier for Flouche? I don't remember.
No, I don't believe so.
Or not for Flouche, for Rafa. So it'll be new. Charge this minigame is something we can't do yet, but need to write down for later.
Yep.
Prelude is the market potion shop, thank you. I assume the entrance, because not the interior. Or if it's the interior in that entrance, and not, the actual market potion shop, wherever it got shoveled off. We don't have the slightest idea offhand. And yet, Rafa will be going for Twin River here. With the way this is going, I feel like this is probably ALR, or at least close enough that it doesn't matter. We're still missing a Nocturne Warp, and we've only got 2 songs left, one of which is Bolero, the other is Nocturne, and Shadow is known to be a stone, so Nocturne has to be... we know it's now the Adelsay Warp is not the Nocturne pad, so Nocturne almost has to be its vanilla warp for this to still be ALR, essentially, because it can't be Bolero. And it can't be anything else. Shadow would be good. There are a good amount of checks in MQ Shadow, and decent chance something in there. There's decent chance there's at least 1 heart piece or heart container in there. Looking up a thing we have here. Let's see, 12, 14. There are apparently 14 items in Master Quest Shadow by default, so there's going to be a plenty to get out of there. 2 more than vanilla.
Means we're going to be getting some Jabu checks. Yeah.
Yep.
No Bolero Owl today.
No. Final, we do have a Requiem Warp. That is our vanilla. It is vanilla. So I don't know if we ever saw the DMT owl. I know Rafa did Worst Scrub. I can't remember if he actually checked the owl when he was up there. Worst Scrub being the child-only scrub in Death Mountain Crater, which is a real pain to get to. It is the worst scrub in the game by and large. DMT boosted Lostwood's Bridge, thank you. Okay, so that clears that up. Thanks, Alex, for clearing that in the chat. So yeah, if it is ALR, both Bolero and Nocturne will be their vanilla warps in order to access the Bolero warp pad for the Skull and the Nocturne warp pad for Shadow Temple. Which, as far as we can tell, is probably the case, given that we really don't have that much else left to do. Given that it does seem like it's ALR, not that we can really tell. I haven't been paying attention to shop tunics, but they're probably fine. I do remember that we had a Zord tunic in an adult accessible shop, I think in CAC. No idea where the Goron tunic is for a shop. But by all accounts, we're going to need to get everywhere anyway. Given our win condition.
Open for
Jabu. Oh, neat. We do have a geometric distribution for shortcuts similar to Master Quest Dungeons. It is 50% chance of no shortcuts, 25% chance of 1 shortcut, 12.5% for 2, 6.25% for 3, and 6.125% for 4, and so on and so forth. So if I was saying Goron Tunic has to be Kokiri Shop and Carpenter's 10, that would make sense, honestly. So... turns out we have at least 1. Temple of Time is foolish. Gee, thanks!
What a useless hint.
Thanks, game. Nocturne Vanilla Warp really doesn't surprise me. It pretty much had to be this, even if it's not ALR and somehow Bolero's not the Vanilla Warp, just because Shadow has so many checks in it, it basically has to be guaranteed. And no, apparently the Potion Shop in CAC has the shop Goron Tunic, thank you. Oh, Lax is yeah, that's true. Lax is dead at least. Which, I mean, we're not being water temple anytime fast, but that I guess is something. Rafa will pick up Prelude one way or the other when he goes back to Child, anyhow. As welcome to Master Quest Shadow, everyone. The small crates here in this room is an indication of that. Yeah, among other things. This scene would probably just have failed to gen without ALR. That's also true, to be honest. 19 heart win condition would be a little tricky to gen otherwise. Did Flouche not check the scrub here? Interesting. Pretty sure we haven't seen a hint for it. I don't know that one exists offhand either. Because there is a single scrub in Jabu Jabu's belly over there where you get Rudo. Oh, he has those red rupee. Okay, thank you. Nice arrows in Jabu. Sure. I mean, yeah, for discussion in chat, it is possible to have reachable only with 19 hearts. It's just very tight because because there are only so many checks you can lock off before it starts to become a little tricky to get to things. Kind of depends on things though. Kind of depends on the seed though, and what settings you've got. Deku Shield here. Master Quest Shadow is relatively tame as Master Quest dungeons go, but definitely a bit different to your usual. As for those who have never seen Master Quest before, Master Quest keeps the basic overarching architecture of the dungeon the same. There's not any new rooms, the walls haven't moved places, they're still in the same locations. Yet some of the smaller, architectural elements like push blocks and things like Beamos and spike traps and whatnot, those might be different. But the overall fundamental architect, like the structure of the dungeon, has not changed.
Mm-hmm.
There are things like that frozen ice switch off to the left there that are new, and these Beamos are different. Also that bomb flower, but by and large, Master Quest is still recognizable, just tweaked. Yeah, Master Quest Shadow also just has some rooms completely unchanged, like the Shit Crusher room, because of course. Master Quest Shadow does also have a slightly ridiculous number of silver rupees, such as this room.
You mean with its 8?
Yep.
One of which you need Song of Time for.
Yep, like this.
Oh yes, and Master Quest loves Song of Time puzzles.
And the fire puzzles. Use fire if in doubt. Either set it if you're in doubt. Either play Song of Time or set everything on fire. Sometimes both.
Oh.
No, Alex. In vanilla dungeons, it's always groups of 5 silver rupees, but in Master Quest, I think it's no longer just 5 or 10. This room, I think, has 8. I think there's like 7 or something. There's a few weird numbers in there. And yeah, finally confirming Master Quest Shadow is 30 silver rupees. MQ GTG is 35 silver rupees. Yeah. Finally confirming there's also groups of 6 and 3 in GTG. Yeah, I thought so that there's some slightly weird numbers. More silver rupees heating up for Rafa, including this one, these 2 over here, which are long shot locked, because the game wanted to make that more useful, I guess. And that lock's adjusted. 3, 5, 6, and 10 of the counts that exist. Okay, thank you, Fennel, for confirming. My knowledge of MQ is not the best, unfortunately. Switch, that lets us get over here. And Baronade sound for Flouche.
Though I
Not
still
a whole lot
have
of
to
interest.
say MQ Shijabu is my favorite because of the cows.
See here. It is pretty funny. Know that only one of the cows, as we get a heart piece off Baronade, that is going to be very handy, if not just hard required on it altogether. Note that the now I lost my train of thought. Never mind. Hey, tier is it? Yep, 19 Heart Cannons Castle Boss Key. We're 100%ing to see. We're on Tunic there for Rafa. Fellow does have it straight though. That the tweaks in MQ, while they don't change the fundamental architecture of any of the dungeons, do mean that you do things in a different order sometimes.
Oh.
And in fact, actually, fun fact that you can get all the way to this. I think you can get all of this big pit room here without hover boots in MQ Shadow. This is hovers locked in vanilla, but I think you actually get here without hovers in MQ, which is pretty fun. Not that it matters, but it is. Yep, that's handy for Flouche, sorry. Rafa is on this big old moving platform, which has not changed between MQ and vanilla.
And we know that there's a heart container in Zora's River.
Yep, which is, we're down to just a couple checks for that. More silver rupees for Rafa. This just looks like a normal Shadow with extra stuff. Yeah, with extra... Yeah, basically, Inko. Which is also very classic MQ. Yeah, a lot of the MQ dungeons don't fundamentally change that much. Master Quest Spirit is very much the notable exception.
Yep.
Master Quest Spirit is special, and that heart container in Zora's River is confirmed to be on either the Tree Skull or the Bean Salesman, because it's not on the Ladder Skull.
Mm-hmm.
MK Roundwell, sorry, does basically lose all chests, yep. Shoutouts, by the way, to Master Quest Water Temple. If you turn on Pot Sanity, Crate Sanity, and Freestanding Rupee Shuffle, I believe you can have a whopping, where's the count again? You can have a whopping 100 and, yeah, if you turn on Pots and Crates, there are a whopping 123 checks in Master Quest Water Temple, which is just ridiculous.
Nope.
Well, it's not that.
First.
Yeah, and enemy drop shuffle makes MQ Water even more ridiculous.
There it is.
There's that heart container for Flouche. We're still missing 2 of our 8 heart containers, and we're missing a good handful of heart pieces, too. I haven't been counting those, but we're still missing enough hearts for both runners that we're still missing some.
Mm-hmm.
The funds of MQ Shadow, this room included.
The spider praying room.
Yeah, just 4 Rita's just standing in the circle there next to a spider. Because why not?
All I can think of is it's a new religion.
Lucia is going for this skull here in Lake, one of the more remote ones, as we get heart container number 12 for Rafa there on the heart with the heart piece before the boat in Shadow. And yeah, Flouche is going for this skull. One of the more easy ones to forget just because it's all the way out here. It takes a while to get to. You can at least peek it from a distance with a slingshot, but it's still a bit of a pain to get to. What even is that?
I think that's a recovery heart.
Okay, thanks, because I couldn't tell. And really, Flouche's hearts are also black, so that's the beauty of it. But it's a bit hard to tell how many hearts he has all seed long, which is a bit of an issue in a heart container when concede. So, looking at things, our main areas we haven't seen are all of Fire Temple. There's a good amount of stuff in that. All of GTG is quite a lot of stuff. And, We also haven't seen water, so there's a lot less of that. And then there's just overworld checks and loose ends besides that really left to do. Like, we've seen the well, we've seen ice, we've seen Deku, DC, Jabu, Forest. We're seeing Shadow right now for Rafa. We've seen all the spirit between these two. There's not a ton left in the game, honestly. Which makes sense. They did predict earlier that this would be a 3 to 4 hour, 4.5 maybe top seed. It's not that bad. Shadows, by the way, we're 2.5 hours in. They still haven't gotten that light arrows in. But yeah, we're getting there in terms of progression. Flouche is at 14 hearts, Rafa's at 12, and we're starting to clear all of our dungeons now between the two. So there's not a lot left.
Yep.
I think there's a switch in this Song of Time block that Rafa's trying and failing to hit. There we go. Yep.
Disappointment awaits.
Mm-hmm. That is true, Final, that it makes sense not to go over your way for Idle Rage for that hint when you're almost likely going to find lights along the way anyway. Yeah, that's true. I'd love to see Heck, ultimately, because they are both getting there bit by bit. 14 and 12 hearts now at 2.5 hours, and there is only so much left in the seed. Whoopsies! I was confused why Flouche was getting a Darunia cutscene at first, because the regular one for Saria Song is removed from Rando, but then I realized that Flouche was trying to play Sunsong to warp out a lot Goron City and was playing it too close to Darunia, so just made him mad instead. Oopsies. There's another heart piece for Rafa. That's a cutscene I haven't seen in a while.
I think I've just seen like Master Alex do it like during the multi-world match, just for shits and giggles, essentially.
By the way, this is a slightly ridiculous amount of bomb flowers in this room.
Yep. And he can't exactly use Din's fire. Lens of Truth to find where he is.
I was like, I can't even remember what to do with this room, to be honest. Or do I remember what these vampires are for? There we are. There's a dead hand, which is now dead. But it's just funny to see a silly, stupid amount of bomb flowers in the room. Din's would make a lot of sense to just save this in, save time in that. Huge repeat ain't worth it. There's the token there on the Lost Woods Bridge Soil Skull for Flouche. Alright, and off to Bongo for Rafa.
Yep.
There is a Skulltula in this room, but we don't need it because Dungeon Skull Sanity is off. Alright, Flouche is going back to finish Deku Tree now. And I'm really wondering who's going to go to Fire and who's going to go to GTG first as our next two most dense locations. They've been available for a while, they've just had a whole lot of other things to do because they can go everywhere in the seed. Matter of how long does it take for you to do them?
Well, we know that Shadow is definitely needed.
Yep, there were more than a couple art pieces in here, so you needed to come in here for those, basically. And for all that we see a 14-12 difference in hearts right now for Flouche and Rafa, note that both of those additional hearts for Flouche are heart containers. Rafa knows that one is in Zora's River, so he can choose to go get that whenever he wants to do so as child. And Rafa's going back in for the first two checks of Shadow here, which are technically some of the last checks in Logic, because of MQ Shadow layout things. Yes, Tindy Yellowrend. Yeah, this is almost a full Hurricanes Castle Bosky. They basically need to 100% the seed. It's a really tame seed otherwise. It's indoor ZR, overworld Skull Sanity, and cheap scrubs, and that's really it for other settings, effectively, that, make much of a difference to things. I mean, it's also what most trials are on, but that doesn't end up making a huge difference when you're getting everything anyway.
Yup.
Flouche is up 14 hearts to Rafa's 12, but we know that both of those are heart containers. There's also some amount of heart pieces on each side besides that we don't know the exact count on. But Flouche has one additional heart container from Zora's River that was hinted a while ago that they both have it. It is on the Zora's River tree skull. Rafa just hasn't got back for it, so I hope he wrote it down so he can go back for it later.
Yeah.
Probably going to route it with Jabu the way Flouche did. The other hint is in Azora's Fountain Fairy, which has the adult shooting gallery at that entrance. Rafa did Ice Cavern a while ago and got a Poda song as well as another heart container and a heart piece, plus some other loose ends. Unfortunately, Rafa didn't have a bow at the time. We're not sure when or if he's going back there for that. Rafa did at least thankfully remember to get a heart piece off Bomb Chibulin that they both initially skipped due to autopiloting. Flouche does not have that heart piece, but if Rafa never goes back for his Fountain Fairy entrance heart container, he will need to find all 36 heart pieces in the game instead. That is a not bad idea. Yeah, it might just be worth to go clear fire for Bolero too, just to have one additional check to clear his child.
Oh, child fishing.
For Flouche, this is a new check as well. Rafa gonna be disappointed and frozen by the 10 and 20 skulls.
Yup.
But really, this seed here is a test of execution routing, and note taking. Because as usual with RSL, it's inevitable you'll have to backtrack for something. Such as fairy fountains. I don't know that Flouche ever got the market fairy fountains for one. He'll need to go back to those eventually. Probably when he goes back adult. Such as fairy fountains, assorted skulls. They did take them a little while to get a bottle, for instance, and this is overworld skull sanity. Various other items. Child fishing's useless.
Just getting a refund.
But because this is a 19 heart win condition. You're doing everything, and your opponent's doing everything. It's just a matter of how fast can you do everything in. There's nothing too wacky in terms of checks. Spirit Trial's on. Yep. I think it's just all trials but Shadow Trial, which makes sense because we haven't seen another trial hit, and we're pretty much out of things we could have gotten. So, yep. Yeah, I mean that's pretty much the situation. There was that you need to is that you know that you know, is that there's no way you can skip things and save time because of that. Essentially, it's just a matter of how fast can you do everything. Because 19 heart win condition is such a slim margin of error. It's either one heart container or 4 heart pieces, and you don't want to miss either of those things.
Yep.
You don't want to force yourself into I need to find all 36 heart pieces, or I need to find 32 heart pieces in all 8 heart containers. They've both kind of ended up putting themselves into similar situations, between Flouche missing the heart piece on bowling and not going back to the heart piece on bowling, and Rafa missing the heart container on adult shooting. But it's not something you want to intentionally do, at least, by skipping checks. Where do they get the key once they do get 19 hearts? I believe it gets airmail to them.
Yep.
Like, the game will just have them pause and hold up the mouse key over the head right after getting their 19th heart from whatever they get it off of, be that a heart piece or heart container, whether that's a chest or a freestanding or whatever else. Alright, another heart piece for Rafa. I think he should be close to 13 hearts now after this. There's a giant's wallet for Flouche. Yeah, the exchange will attempt to airdrop it on every frame or something. That sounds about right, Dinko. Alright, Flouche is back in market. He's going to go do the fairy fountains here. We'll see if he gets a heart piece. If he doesn't get it here, I'm not sure he's coming back for it anytime too fast.
Yeah.
Because these are essentially his last checks in market.
Mm-hmm.
I am curious also if Rafa goes back for the Light Trial's last chest, the Zeal locked one, because Flouche didn't go back after coming to the scrubs for the keys. Because they're both right here. I do wonder if that has anything. And there we are. Okay, so that's good for Flouche. He is remembering this heart piece. That's good.
But he's gonna have to drop the choose slowly.
Yep. Doesn't have a shield. Got that burned earlier. And Rafa is going back to this check. Bombchu Smash Rose, yeah. And just a huge rupee, so that's good for Flouche that it doesn't matter.
That's 15.
Three-quarters of the way? Yep, Edka, just need 4 more. For those who are wondering, that is 12 out of 16 additional hearts beyond the 3 they started with, is how that math works.
So basically, if Flouche goes back into spirits, then he should be able to go into Shadow and get a lot of those heart pieces.
Yep. We have found Child Shooting Gallery. It was something I don't remember being interesting.
I believe it was a heart or something.
Might have been. I know we saw it very, very early, and they both did it when they found it.
Yeah, it was a KF.
Sounds about right.
It looks like Wasteland play first.
Makes sense. Might go to GTG here, honestly, instead of doing that twin row for those just a couple small things.
Yeah. Get GTG out of the way since it's very check dense. Only orphaning one check.
Yeah, but cannot do the sunken silver rupee room, colloquially nicknamed the toilet at the moment, though there's a really good chance iron boots are just sitting in here because we're running out of places for those to be.
Yeah. Also missing lens, which TCG is in domain.
Yeah. Like, these are all one-off checks, and we don't technically need to literally 100% the seed, but again, they're not far short of it. Right, if Rafa, I guess, never got the posting out of DMT storms, or maybe he just forgot it, so here we go. There are actually 2 checks in the wasteland here. Actually, 3, because it's Smarticarp Shuffle. Nothing on the skull, another hurt piece.
It means when Flouche finishes up Spirit Temple later, he should realistically be able... Oh, that's in Fortress! Light arrows are in Fortress.
Oh, okay, well,
They're gonna
that's
be
either the fortress roof, one of the skulls, or HB 1000.
Yep. So only 4 checks.
Oh no, it's a GTG, apparently, never mind.
GTG, I see.
I didn't see the hint myself, but apparently it was GTG.
Rip off. He conned Flouche today. Oh, there's a heart container. Locked by the gold scale.
On what, lab dive? That is a
Yep.
spot. Wow. And that is heart container number 7. There's heart container number 8.
Good question. Looks like Flouche is setting up for extended hook shot.
Yep.
Now he's got it.
Yeah, gold skill wasn't serious. There's at least some hints pointing to it. I mean, true technically, but also it's just so out of the way. Like, that is not a particularly good location to go get it.
There's the Kokiri sword.
Which does nothing at all.
Yeah. And there's Tektite Grotto with the fire arrows. Not quite hitting them, though.
Yeah, also, to be fair, they has just strength 3 in spirit, so that's the bigger indication of things.
For now, it looks like Flouche is winning. Oh, another ice trap! I believe that's 6.
Yeah, Flouche is ahead both in terms of hearts and just more on the in a more general level. Flouche is at 15 hearts to Rafa's 14. And the really big thing, though, is why Flouche is 1 heart up. is that Flouche has a heart container from the adult shooting gallery, which is in the Zora of Sound Fairy entrance, and Rafa has done Fountain as adult, hasn't been there as child now that you can do adult shooting as child. But Rafa didn't have a bow when he was there as adult to do Ice Cavern, and we don't know when or if he's getting back there, because it's just one check and that's pretty out of the way. It is still pretty close in any case, because it is 19 hearts, not 20 hearts, so there is some wiggle room. Not a lot, but there is technically some. That is true, though, that Flouche needs to beat Twitter for Nocturne for Shadow pieces, though, because there are Chat said there were 4 heart pieces in Shadow, so either Flouche needs to beat Nocturne to
the
get
Iron
the...
Boots. They're in Valley.
Iron Boots on the Valley Scrubs. But yeah, Flouche either needs to beat Twinrova for Nocturne for the 4 pieces in Shadow. I don't think Twinrova herself had a heart piece or heart piece, but or Flouche needs to find everything that's not in Shadow to get 19. When it's 19 heart containers out of 20, it's 4 heart pieces per heart container in OOT. I know it's 5 in Twilight Princess. Your wiggle room is either 1 heart container or get all 36 heart pieces in 7 out of 8 heart containers, or get all 8 heart containers in 32 out of 36 heart pieces. So it's not 0 wiggle room, but it's not much. I have a minor cold, but also kind of relevant to everything. Let's see. Yeah, in color, and that's what I was thinking, is that Twilight Princess is the odd one out, and that it's 4 heart pieces for like every other Zelda game I know of that has heart pieces at least, because Z1 and C2 don't, like Cubs noted.
Still on the hunt for light arrows and some extra hearts. Oh, another ice trap. That's 7, I believe.
Yeah. And even Breath of the Wild has 4 Spirit Orbs for 1 heart containers. Alright, HP for Rafa, there's a Zora Tunic for Flouche. No sign of those light arrows yet, which is mildly concerning.
Yeah.
We know where the Iron Boots are, they're right outside on the Scrub Grottos, but as we get another heart piece on HBA. Vanilla Lax, it is not the case Robocop feels. A, because Temple of Time is foolish, so that can't be it, as we get another heart piece on the GTG freestanding. And that is heart container 16 for Flouche. But also because we did get the hint eventually from from Rafa that the light arrows are in GTG.
So it's either 12 heart pieces or 8 heart pieces and a heart container left, or 2 heart containers and 4 heart pieces.
No, yeah. Well, Flouche is 6 heart containers. He hasn't gotten the 7th off Lab Dive, and we don't know where the 8th is.
Ow. And 7 keys, so basically full clear the rest of GTG with the exception of the toilet.
Yep. Rafa will be able to do this for himself because the Iron Boots are just right outside. Flouche might honestly backtrack. I don't know if he will, because he doesn't have the lights in. Assuming lights aren't just in the maze here, to be fair.
Oh. See, there's only 2 chests remaining. Another key.
Yep. There's another heart
There's a
piece,
light
and there's
arrows.
lights.
Well, you know where the last key is.
Yep. So that's not an issue, because Flouche is at 8 keys coming. Oh, 1 key left, getting to the center chest here, which is our last bomb bag.
And I think it's just a few additional, Flouche is probably just going to finish off of Valley and Fortress.
Yep.
The jury's still up on what it'll do after those checks. Because he's a very thorough, he's very thorough when it comes to his checks. At least in RSL.
They also just kind of have to be very, very thorough in this seat.
Yeah.
There's no saving you from a 19 heart win condition. You're doing everything as thoroughly as possible. If he mentions hit lap dive, then he'll be set. Yeah, Salty. I'm not. No, Rafa's. Flouche isn't quite yet at lap. Flouche is at 16 hearts. He still needs to find 2 additional heart to fill up 2 additional heart containers besides the lap dive one. Even if he gets back to lap dive, that's only 1 heart container. It's not a answer to everything for him.
Yeah.
Like, they're both essentially missing 1 heart container the other has, and we don't know if they'll get back to the other.
It'll be
Lap dive and
easier for
Shadow
Flouche,
would bring
maybe.
him up to 17. No, 18, but he still needs a 19th.
Yeah.
I think Flouche Rafa will also be at 16 getting out of GTG. Not sure an exact heart piece counts, but they're pretty close right now. Like, they basically each have Fire Temple plus an assortment of random checks left in the overworld. Also, technically Water Temple, but Water Temple has so few checks, it's almost an extension of Adult Lake, essentially, at this rate.
Yup. He just went for the 1500 HBA anyways. I think he just wanted to show off.
Mm-hmm. And also, if Flouche does go for Shadow Temple, which might be required, this nice ice trap for Rafa. Oh yeah, but in case anyone was wondering what Flouche was trying to do there on the ledge, it was recently discovered you can it is possible to run an opponent off the ledge there at a particular angle. OOT collision being kind of funky, but it wasn't working for him there, so he decided to just leave it.
Mm-hmm.
It is under discussion by the race mods and has not been declared legal or illegal yet, so it's kind of in a neutral zone. Doesn't matter in this case since it didn't work, but it would still be fine. And Fennel's saying if they read the text box right, Flouche is at 1 heart piece right now. Okay. I think there's enough heart pieces left in GTG for Rafa to hit 16 himself as well, but I might be wrong. He's very close, at least, I think. Because he'll get another heart piece right here, at least, and I think there might have been one more on right side.
Yeah, I know that there's one on right side.
Besides the freestanding, I meant.
Yeah, I could definitely sub 4. The seed's actually much more linear, despite it being 19 hearts.
Well, they've been able to access GTG and Spirit and whatnot for ages, but they've been following much the same routing in any case. There's irons for Flouche.
Yep.
I mean, there's only so much of this seed available. Like, these two are both top 64 runners, you know, in, like, the main tournaments, essentially, for skill level. They've both been in top 64 before, I'm pretty sure, for Flouche, and I know Rafa was in top 64 this year. I'm not remembering for Flouche this year. And that was also piece 1 for Rafa. Okay, thank you. Oh, that was Rafa's first piece on 15 hearts, so he's about a heart container behind still, gotcha. But Flouche is going back into Spirit, and then we'll follow that to Shadow Temple. So Rafa's got about like 15 to 20 minutes here to catch up on time, while Flouche goes back for Twin Rova, and then to go do all of Master Quest Shadow is not the fastest thing of all time.
Yeah.
So Rafa has some time to go catch up on that heart container he's missing effectively.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like these two are both top 64 runners for our standard main tournaments, and
They've been both
you know, are
eliminated
capable of
earlier.
sub-3ing basically all of those seeds unless something goes horribly wrong, and this seed isn't that much crazier than a Season 6 seed, so it makes sense that this would
Yeah.
sub-4 for 100%. I figured this would be 3 to 4 hours probably for 100%, maybe 4.5 if it was really bad, which it hasn't been, unsurprisingly. And that's about where this shakes out, yeah.
And I believe both of them were eliminated by Cola earlier in
I'd
Season
have to go
6.
find... I need to go find the, challenge for Season 6. Yep, Cola eliminated them both in back-to-back rounds in the losers bracket. There's the last bomb back for Rafa.
And I believe both of them peaked the bottom of the Zora's Fountain.
They did, I believe. Chad said it was like
it
a
was-
token or something.
Yeah.
Happy 3 hours, everyone! Please do give our runners a follow, Flouche and Rafa, to my co-com leads, for our checkers Akashika and Carliana, to our researcher Melga, et merci beaucoup aussi Papy et Ziros pour le résine française.
Oh, that was so quick. You'd love to see that. And I know that the chest itself had a heart piece, so that shouldn't be too bad for Rafa. And it looks like Rafa's heading to CAC. See where he goes from here. Oh right, there's a fairy fountain here. And it's just a token. And Flouche is picking up Nocturne on Burning Cack. Rafa's heading into the graveyard, I believe. To hand in the big Poe. Oh, there it is. Another heart piece. I think Rafa is heading up to Fire Temple. Because... Yep, there's a repeat. There's that hint for Temple of Time being foolish. You just hate to see that. And Rafa's checking the the scrubs here in Death Mountain Crater.
Makes sense. Sorry, forgot I muted myself on my inline mic earlier. Some arrows here. It was only quite for like a minute or two, but I think I did get it in that token. And our last item is a recovery heart. Yeah, fire makes sense here for Rafa. This is basically his most dense location left in the game. Might as well go here before and route in these couple overworld checks nearby before going for all the random overworld checks that are left because they take a while. Might as well do your most dense location first. So that you don't end up, getting to 18 hearts or, 17 hearts or 18 hearts or whatever and then doing your density last, because that's not very efficient.
Yeah.
And yes, Unstoppable, it is a 19 heart Candace Kasaboski. We're at 16 hearts for Flouche, 15 hearts for Rafa. Welcome to the non 100% race, basically. Technically, it's like 95% or something, but it might as well be 100%. For all functional purposes, it's basically 100% race.
But Fire Temple is going to be something to keep my eyes peeled on, since we've already seen all the Shadow.
Yep. So this is, even though Rafa is a little bit behind on hearts right now, we do know Flouche will get to 17 here, but he is missing a heart container off Lab Dive. Rafa's missing one from the Fountain Fairy entrance, which is the adult shooting gallery. He didn't have a bow for a couple hours ago. I don't know how Rafa will be able to do fire with 15 hearts. Then, yeah. But yeah, Rafa will have some time to go do new checks at least, while Flouche does things he's already done.
We know that The bottom loop is a small key and a big key. The big key, I mean. But there's still the rest of fire to look out for.
Yep. 19 hearts, half damage, the easiest game to play ever incoming. You're not wrong.
Yep.
They might as well. They both even have the beach. They have the BGS too, so it's basically like, whichever.
They don't need to Death Warp. I think they've got a lot of the more complex ones out of the way. Like with Gerudo Valley, they did a lot of the... They did the Creighton Waterfall as Child.
Yep.
Oh! Just straight up went back into Ganon's castle. I think he's gonna finish off all the trials.
Yeah, do the trials and get the Gans Castle boss key chest, I guess. Why not at this point?
Yeah. That's Spirit down. Light trial should be a cakewalk.
Yep. It's pretty simple and straightforward, nothing too wacky. Shadow is progressing as Shadow does for Flouche. Taking all these silver rupees because there sure are a lot in Master Quest Shadow Temple.
Yep. And Fire Trial now, which is so much easier with hover boots. I gotta use the washroom.
No worries. Kind of just seeing. Well, we're seeing stuff we've already seen for Flouche, and Rafa's doing trials, which is trials. Nothing too fancy. Just don't forget to mute yourself. Yeah, I'm a little curious why Rafa is doing this right now as well, Linko. I think just wanting the Gans Gazelbowski chest and to set Froze a ton of cannons, maybe. I'm a little surprised he didn't just do Wall of Fire before coming here, though, given that he's still only at 15 heart containers and he's got a ways to go. If that Gans Gazelbowski chest is our final heart container, that would be pretty good for Rafa, honestly. Songs are indeed very hard, that's for sure. Forest Shell now for Rafa, Bit Ride for Flouche. And yeah, we're just really down to the last part of the seed here for them both. 3 hours and 16 minutes in. Rafa's at 15 hearts to Flouche's 16. They each have one heart container, the other doesn't. Flouche has a heart container from the adult shooting gallery and the Zora's Fountain Fairy entrance that Rafa skipped. Rafa has a heart container from Lab Dive, which is in the Ranlan Ranch entrance, Ranlan Ranch Tower entrance that Flouche hasn't gone back to. And neither of those are really in a good location for them to go back, for the other one to go back to, just because they're pretty out of the way and they're basically one-off checks for them both at this point. If Flouche didn't have Lighters, he could have and remembered that Dampesa was in Ranch, he could have technically routed his heart container off Lab Dive with the Light Arrow Saint, but he has that now, so it's a moot point. And Rafa just really doesn't have a great reason to go back to Adult Zora's Fountain. He technically hasn't done the Adult Zora's Fountain skill either, but it's still only 2 checks. Next.
Yep. Oh. It looks like I didn't miss it yet.
I mean, there hasn't been much going on. Rafa beat the trials and Flouche is still in empty shadows.
Yep.
But yes, I think Rafa's climbing here to check this chest and set for Rose Wind is what he's probably doing. Getting a bomb refill.
That's what I call bait.
That is big time bait. Shadow Trial was not required to dispel the barrier. The checks in there could have been required just because there are still checks even if the barrier is not it, but that did not end up being the case. Rafa is not going back to fire. I'm really curious about this.
Probably Jabu.
I guess that makes sense. Unfortunately, he can't do as Flouche gets his 17th heart container there from that heart piece in Shadow, and that's some arrows for Rafa. Unfortunately, Rafa can't do that Adult Shooting Gallery as child, obviously. And
got grabbed right there.
Yep. Yeah, this is going to be Jabu for Rafa, which makes sense just as a check to do. Overall, they're both running fairly hard out of checks. We haven't seen the rest of Fire. Rafa dipped out pretty early, I think, after the big lava room.
Yeah.
And Flouche hasn't touched the place at all. We haven't seen water. Rafa never finished forest, which might have a... I don't remember how much Flouche found in there, but there might be a Harpies or two in there he hasn't gotten yet.
And Bongo's down within the snap of a finger.
Yep.
We're still missing Lens, I think.
We are missing the lens. Looking at my notes sheet, we're missing that. We're missing our third wallet. We're missing our last bottle, double defense. Apparently managed to miss fire arrows wherever we got those, and that's about it.
Fire arrows were in Tektite Grotto.
Ah, thank you, missed that. Yeah, we're really not missing a whole lot left now.
Now I'm curious on where Flouche goes from here.
I think
Oh, going back
going
into
to go back
Shadow.
to go for the first two checks of Shadow. Well, or the front of Shadow, which I don't know if it's two checks, and it's not the first two anymore. And then Q, but the front bit of Shadow here, and then I think he'll probably go fire.
Fire or water?
Yeah, and I think fire might be the stronger play just because it's got the more checks. They both have a lot of early keys, and it takes a while to go through them both, but I think fire's the better choice for the density.
Yeah.
And I agree, I think doing those early cack skulls put him ahead with the early cack skulls in Child Goron City for the strength, hookshot, and bow is what put Flouche ahead.
Yeah.
Especially that heart container on Adult Shooting Gallery is starting to matter for Rafa some. Now, even aside from that, because they each have a heart container the other doesn't have, but even aside from those two heart containers, Flouche is still up ahead on Rafa here for heart pieces. And good point from Tafao, Flouche has Furrows and Spirit Trial, so you can also go back to Ganon Sinclair trials now the way Rafa did a minute ago, which might be what Flouche is thinking, given that he has his Furrows on his buttons.
And just like that, Dead Hand has become more dead, essentially.
Alright. Talon Tree Skull for Rafa. I probably Flouche checked this earlier, I'm just forgetting what it was.
It was a heart piece.
Oh, that's convenient. That is good for Rafa. Not sure what that'll put him at as he reads the Spirit's Path to Hearts. Thanks. And that is now 16 hearts for Rafa. That's good. Still the heart container behind. Alright, I don't remember what was in Jabu besides I know there was ice arrows in here, and I think there might have been a heart piece or something on Baronade. Unfortunately, not a whole lot for Rafa, so this is going to be a bit of a time sink for him. And we'll see where Flouche goes after this.
Water is probably a little bit better than Jabu for it's a little faster, I think, and easier to get to. Well, not easy to get to. Water's the faster dungeons for a similar amount of checks, but it does take a bit to get there, where Child can just save quit over. Although they do have Minuet now to get to water, but it's just still takes a bit of time, I guess.
Not a whole lot.
Yeah, but both are options, really. I think Rafa's trying to clear dungeons here. I'm mostly just confused why Rafa built out a fire temple, frankly.
Yeah. Yep, Flouche does love gainers. I think a lot of the top runners love gainers. It's basically a way to show off your skills.
These guys showing why they are in the Arsenal Bronze match and why they are top 64 runners in the standard tournament as well. Of course, they do have somewhat different skill sets. RSL is, of course, is naturally much crazier. Usually, this one is not particularly crazy, but RSL can get pretty wacky. And a lot of stuff does carry over still, because it is still the same randomizer in game. After all the settings are different. Oh yeah, same. I'm a very slow player myself. There is a reason why you never see me in races or even really streaming OoTR. I'm quite good to just. I'm much happier as in the commentary booth or in chat.
Well was throwing this wave. That's all I can say. Yup.
Yeah, Robocop feels. I mean, random settings, it can be highly variable. Both grand finals matches were. One grand finals match was an hour 52, two-piece Triforce Hunt with both pieces in the well, and could have been faster, in fact, if either of them had gone to the well earlier. And the second one was also pretty quick, 2.5 hours, I forget the settings. We've also had some pretty long seeds. Their first match against each other for the bronze match, which, for those who aren't familiar, Flouche ended up having to forfeit their first match due to not becoming unwell during the middle of the match, and Rafa offered a rematch, which is how we're here now. But their first match was 6 hours for Rafa, who decided to just finish out the seed for the fun of it. And we've also had some 8-hour seeds. We even have the longest win time for RSL on record, I believe, is about 10.5 hours from Lost the Pirate versus Keizo, back in Season 1, I think. Master Quest Spirit Temple happened is what did them in there.
Gotta love MQ Spirits.
And I know that the shortest RSL race on record was a just like a regular season race in the lead up to brackets, where I think it was Zopar won a One Piece Triforce hunt in 4 minutes flat. It was overall DR, you just had to take the right entrance and do the checks fast enough to get it.
Yep.
I don't believe that 4 minute flat seed is up anywhere. And the Lost Keizo was not restreamed, unfortunately, I don't think either. But there is definitely variance. Of course, some of it will be skill level as well. We do get a variety of skill levels in RSL as with anything else. Her piece for Rafa is 16 hearts and something. Flouche is at 17 and something. 1 out of 4 for Rafa, thank you, Rinko. But there is a fair bit of variance. Some of it's, of course, skill level as with anything else. Like, a newer... we do have like RSL runners who range. Like, we have range in RSL runners. We have some who are like high-level top 64 runners or the equivalent thereof, even if they don't usually play the standard main tournaments. Then we have runners who are a little bit more casual and do RSL for fun. We do have a range of people and skill levels in RSL. So there's some level of skill level variance, of course. And then there's also just settings variance. Like, this one is very, very tame. They're 100%ing the seed to be fair, but other than that, that's the actual settings, beside from the win conditions, really aren't too weird. And then you can get into, low count Triforce hunts, which can be very, very fast or very, very long, depending on the seed. You can have, like, open bridge, open boss key, go find bow magic lights and you're done, which could be anywhere from, half an hour to 8 hours, because we did have an 8-hour open bridge, open boss, no boss key, no trials that took 8 hours between Zopar and I forget who a couple seasons ago. Overall, the art hit them like a truck, I believe, is what happened there, among other things. But it very much varies. Because even the best runners can only complete, fully ER all sanity so quickly. I didn't go on the dormer if we saw, but it's just a token there. And yeah, 50 skulls is the last skull house check that can be required, because that's just how much the rando can have. Rafa is going to go get his heart container from River. I forgot he hadn't gotten this yet, so that puts him up to 17 as well. Whoops! We can, however, get skull token win condition similar to our heart container win condition today. And skull token win conditions can go all the way up to 100. We have seen 97, 98 token skull bridge and boss key seeds before. They take a while. I remember hearing about a regular season race where it was like 97 skull bridge or something. Yeah, it was 97 skull bridge, and it was a 97 skull bridge adult only seed where you could never get to Temple of Time because it was reachable only. And so they had no idea what the win condition was. They just had to keep going back to outside Gan's castle every, half hour or whatever to see, do I have enough now? Do I have whatever it is for the Gan's castle bridge? No? Well, okay, I'll be back later. Until they finally got it.
That sounds even more cursed than one of the seeds I rolled.
It was pretty bad. To play, I don't... It might have been funny to watch. I don't think I actually just heard about it after the fact, but that was not too fun to play, I'm sure. They had to just go back to the top bridge every now and then. Like, okay, do I have enough? No? Alright, I'll be back later. Just rinse and repeat for however long that took. Probably 6 to 7 hours, I think, at least. Until you finally get 97 tokens, and oh, there we go. It wasn't a restream race because it was just like a regular season one. I don't think any of the VODs have survived. The race time room is still on race time somewhere, but good luck finding it. And looks like back to this race. Flouche is in fire now. Rafa looks to be heading to Water Temple, so that's new. Yeah, I don't know what the hints were like in that CD there, Inko.
Oh, more chews. I was wondering when some of the adult lake checks would be done.
Oh yeah.
It looks like he's setting up a save quit.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if I know on heart pieces offhand. Someone mentioned, Inko mentioned a couple minutes ago that Rafa was at 1 out of 4. I'm not sure if he's still at that point. And I don't know what Flouche is at offhand either. They are each missing 1 heart container, the other is missing, so they're basically even on that front. I'd honestly forgotten Rafa hadn't gotten the river one until just a couple minutes ago. So they're closer than I thought. But it really isn't undecided right now, and apparently Rafa proving me wrong, he's not going to Water Temple yet.
Yeah. Might be a fire temple, or... No, it's not.
I am not sure where he's going with this Epona play. Unfortunately, he really doesn't have a fast way back to fire. Bolero's an OT behind fire, even assuming it's a vanilla warp, which admittedly it probably is, but still.
Yeah. Back into
And
Lon
Rafa
Ranch, it seems.
looks like it, though Oh, the lap dive skull. He didn't have iron boots earlier.
Yeah, that makes sense.
The heart container was on lap dive, the regular check, but there's also a skull in that building that you need iron boots for.
It feels pretty nasty to basically double dip the lab dive, especially if it's in Lon Ranch, like right in the very back here.
Epona's at least makes it faster, but it does still feel bad. Ovaji here for Flouche. Do you want to explain what he's doing with Chews?
He's basically trying to trigger them with the slashes so that he can get that.
Yep. Because there are 2 hitboxes on Volvagia. One that you play whack-a-mole with, the other that flies around, and you can hit the one. And the one that flies around, it will stay in the hole it last flew into. So you can hit that with bombs for Chews. Hey, Rusler. Welcome into a slightly spicier than average, it's basically Season 6 plus a couple things, and 19 Heartbreak. And 19 Heart Bosky. And yeah, nice bottle for Rafa, great. 12%, not worth it. Flouche is not going to bother with picking up the stone, looks like, so he's not going to get Bolero. I hope that isn't a heart piece on the Bolero soil skull, because if it is, Flouche has to go back to lap dive.
That would be cursed.
It would be bad, because right now, Flouche and Rafa are both each missing a heart container the other has. Flouche is missing lap dive, Rafa's missing adult shooting gallery, and they're both in really out-of-the-way locations, and neither's going back to anytime too fast, I think.
Rafa is probably going to get closer to that one. It's just now he's checking the skull here.
Adult Kokiri skull, yeah. But they're each missing 1 heart container, and I don't know if either of them is going to go back for that 1 heart they're missing. And if they don't get that heart container, they have to find the other heart. They have to find their heart pieces.
Yep.
Yeah, Sensu. We're also missing our 8th heart container, by the way, still. They will need it if they don't find the one they're missing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right now, lap dive is the main way Flouche wins it. But it is still just such a tough location for these two. And oh, Rafa's going back to Forest Temple, which unfortunately we know is not the answer.
Yep.
I mean, it'll get to. I mean, I think there's more than 0 heart pieces left in here, but it's fairly slow for not a ton. It's also been the better part of 3 hours since Flouche did this dungeon though, so I honestly don't remember it beyond the basics. I don't remember if either of them set Pierre, to be honest, Salty Cracks.
And I don't
Because
think
they had
really
pre-planted
mattered.
beans. I mean, the Fire Pierre check is a thing.
They got long shot, they could just pixel shot it.
That is true. A little bit of time sake, but they can't do that. But yeah, essentially, they have to find one more heart container each. That is not optional with 19 hearts. They can only miss one heart container tops, and if they do miss a heart container, they have to find all 36 heart pieces. They thankfully did both get the heart piece off bowling eventually, so that is not the concern for them.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, 36 heart pieces for... Like, 36 heart pieces and 7 heart containers means you're missing 1 check for a heart, versus 32 heart pieces and 8 heart containers means you're missing 4 heart pieces. You're missing 4 checks versus 1, which, debatable either way. But it is better to be finding all 8 hearts and then miss a couple heart pieces than to find all the heart pieces and miss 1 heart container, because the wiggle room's less on that. Unfortunately, they're each missing a heart container. But they are both in the situation at any rate where I've been tracking the heart containers. Too many heart pieces for me to track with any degree of sanity, so I haven't bothered, but I have written down 7 of our 8 heart containers, and the 8th is missing. They will need it.
Yep.
Where is it? Deep Fire, Water Temple, one of the varying overall checks we haven't managed to get to yet somehow. For various reasons. There's not much left at this point between them, so...
Another key here. So we're just missing 3 keys in Fire Temple.
Mm-hmm.
And the rest are all checks. Item checks.
Now, Flouche is still in lead because he's doing new checks, whereas Rafa's doing stuff Flouche has already done.
Yep.
I don't remember, though, how many hearts are actually here in Forest Temple, but Flouche has a very, very good chance of finding our missing heart container. And then we're missing an assortment of heart pieces, plus the heart container that each didn't get that the other has.
Mm-hmm. There's a key, 2 keys remaining.
And then some checks, yeah. I mean, it is possible still that it's ALR off, that's true, and with Bolero. We could confirm if Bolero isn't Bolero dropped, so at this point that would just be kind of mean.
And that's 1 item.
Yep. Rafa saying they remember just tokens and more tokens in the back of Forest, gotcha. Yeah, that's ALR off locking exactly 1 check. Basically, Inko. We've gotten pretty much all of our items except for the lens deck and lock check still. We have everything else. We're missing our last wallet, which locks nothing. We are missing double defense, which locks nothing. And we're missing the lens, which locks 1 check. And then Bolero, of course, but that's really it.
Yeah. I also like how Flouche has Fire Temple with the sea shanties theme from RuneScape.
File, it's shop 0. There's 3 wallets in the seed.
Woo! Getting the pixel shot very clean on the first try.
Very nice.
Makes
As
it
you
look
can
so
tell, this
easy.
is a very precise trick that is not in default logic. It is a trick you can enable in the randomizer settings that we do not turn on for obvious reasons. Very precise, very finicky. Doable, but really annoying. Oh, Shop 0 only has 2 wallets. Okay, so I'm proven wrong. Thank you, Fennel. Well, Shop Zero still had 3 wallets, but I guess not, so there's that answer, I suppose. The extra wallet is only added with their special deals. Oh, okay, I thought that was just with Shop Sanity in general, but I guess that makes sense that Shop Zero doesn't add the 3rd wallet.
Oh!
And there's our
there
8th heart
it is!
container. Alright, Flouche is out of here.
I think he might be heading to Lon Lon Ranch.
I hope so. But that is quite the spot. Pierre, of all things, had a Wraith Heart container. If Flouche goes for ranch right this second, which he might by the looks of it, this will be GG's to him.
Yep. Because there's no reason to go anywhere near Lake Hylia or Valley.
Because for Flouche, the Lake Lab is 2 quick checks, both the skull and the check, and the, touching the bottom.
And there's also Tech-type Grotto, which he's probably going to do before that.
Yep. Yeah, he's going to go Tech-type Grotto first, and then I hope he goes Ranch, because that'll be go mode for him at 19 hearts.
Yep.
Rafa's still in here. His win condition would be... I mean, he has to get one of the 2 heart containers he's missing. Fire Pierre's in such a bad spot. I still don't know why he bailed out of fire, but that's really hurting him right now. His Flouche spots the fire arrows he does not need.
And he's
this would
not
be closer
warping
if
out,
Rafa
so...
had... Yeah, if Rafa had stuck around fire and gotten his Pierre heart container, he'd be a lot closer, but I don't know how he would have gotten to his... Well, I don't know how he would have got to the Atlas Shooting Heart, unfortunately, which is just such a bad spot for him.
So we might not even need the break, even if Escape is on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because it's gonna be a about a 347 go mode for Flouche here. This has been a really good race, though, seeing the 2 of them go back and forth, trying to find stuff, each missing a little bit the other has, and now... well... Don't skip childlike cackskulls, people, I think is perhaps the biggest thing, because if Rafa had only had that bow in his first trip to Fallon, he'd have that heart container and could have cleared Forest's first trip instead of what he ended up doing.
Yep.
And lost efficiency to other things too, as there's the go mode for Flouche.
Mm-hmm.
Getting his heart container and that boss key airmail to him. And with the warp songs they have, Nocturne is his fastest way to get into a dungeon. Tobias correct. Shop Zero means that the items in the shops are shuffled amongst themselves, but there's no... They're like regular shop items that are for sale are shuffled among the shops, but there's no additional special deals in them.
And now it's time to fight Salt and Pepper.
Yep. Apparently the Trez summon was by accident. Well, he's been pinged, so... he might not respond. It is 1 in the morning for... It is midnight for him, not 1 a.m. in Daylight Savings is a thing. But we'll see if he joins. I'm not sure he's even awake.
Oh!
Hey, Trez! As I say that. Welcome into the tail end of, heart containers galore today. They're healthy. Really, really healthy, as you can see by their HUDs. Flouche is at 19 heart containers, Rafa's at 17. 19 hearts was a win condition today. This is by far the healthiest dude I have seen in a long time. And it's great. Just, God, even I could have beat that seed so much health. Yeah. It's also half damage just for the extra giggle. Because this was a 19 heart Gans Castle boss key, 10 heart Gans Castle Rainbow Bridge. It's been otherwise, you're pretty boring, pretty tame seed for RSL. Ganondorf not liking Flouche right now. Other than that, it's been cheap scrubs, overworld skull sanity, indoor ZR, and that's really been it as far as interesting stuff. Besides, it's been pretty. Oh, I guess Random Warp Song Destinations had a bit of a thing to do as well, but it's a pretty tame city otherwise. Yes, it is. So, first seed ever with me not dying to Stealth Mixing Forest, Little Trez. I mean, Flouche actually beat Forest sub-hour, I'm pretty sure. Rafa didn't have a bow for ages, which is why, and then had other things to do, which is why he's only now beating Phantom Ganon. That certainly was a thing. But Flouche will be claiming third place in the RSL Season 5, with Rafa taking 4th place. Great race here between these two. It's been really fun to watch.
Indeed. We won't even need the second break this time.
Nope.
We've got the hammer ready to tenderize the bacon. So it does look like Rafa is either heading to Fire Temple or to Zora's Fountain.
Yep. Either way, we'll get him one of those heart containers he's missing, but he also still needs heart pieces too, and that's an ouch.
Then down goes Ganondorf. Get your GGs in chat for him. And that's an immediate forfeit from Rafa.
GG's. All right, we'll have them join us for Unity first, and then they'll go hop over, and I'll probably hop with myself to the French interview. Just waiting on them to join the race room and the voice calls in this Discord, and then we can throw them in. And we are joined now by Flouche. Gigi.
Hi. Thank you.
Truly was quite a seed.
Yeah, that's quite a seed.
And we are joined also by Rafa. Gigi.
Hi, thanks.
Usually Rafa, GG.
Ah, c'est en français.
So yeah, that was a seed. Lots and lots of hell.
19
Yeah,
hearts.
It's like Triforce End, but with love, I think.
Yeah,
Pretty
I
much.
guess. And the red thing, it was fun. To be honest, it was fun.
Yeah, the pure looking for items and so that was okay-ish, but yeah, the hearts. Well, when it's 19 hours to get.
Yeah, it's almost 12% everything to get at this point.
Basically.
Yeah, that's everything to get, but with 19 hours there can be like some unluckiness at the end Well,
Uh,
depends
you
on
either-
what you're doing.
Well, I
yeah,
guess
with you. Yeah, go ahead, Rafa.
I
you can
would
say.
have never gone did the forest fire first because the layout at the beginning didn't give me envy, and I paid it, and I quit it, and I left fire just after the first, just after the big lava room.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Yeah,
I
we
saw-
were wondering. Rafa,
Yeah,
you left
I-
there and went
I
to
saw
do
one-
trials.
So one key, there was the second key in the other chest in big lava room.
Mhm.
Two key up there. I didn't want to, and I had at this moment I had some checks left. I had trials. I had a lot of checks in child, So,
Okay, we were wondering.
and I didn't count the hard containers. So I was like, at
Yeah.
the worst, I miss a hard piece. But I didn't think I had 2 hard containers left, to be honest.
Yeah, no, I was tracking the heart containers. I didn't track heart pieces. I'm not tracking 36 heart pieces. No, thank
I
you.
don't know why.
But I checked heart. It's not too bad to keep track of. And yeah, your last 2 heart containers were lab dive and Pierre and fire.
Yep. That's
Yeah, so Flouche, the biggest difference between you two, and I think this is what probably decided the race really,
Mm.
is you guys both started as child, of course, did your usual early routing, got a bunch of checks, and went child cat because you had a warp song there. You had a warp song there, Serenade. And you had Sun Song. Flouche, you did those cack night skulls
Oh, okay,
immediately.
that was it.
Rafa, you didn't, and you skipped out.
I knew
You
it was
also
gonna
missed
kill
Child
me.
Goron City, so you missed out on Strength 1, your hook shot, and your bow from those
I
checks.
got it right away, Flush.
Yeah,
strength
he
for
did
guns.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, he did Goron City right
I
away.
thought it was one advantage, to be honest.
Mhm.
I don't, hard on test? I didn't understand.
An advantage. I
Oh,
I
yeah.
thought you wouldn't find it so early.
Because you couldn't like get a bow and strength. That's the reason?
Yeah, my first
Yeah.
adult, I didn't have a bow, strength, and hook
Ah,
shot.
okay.
So I got quickly the strength from higher field and the hook from OGC, but I didn't
Yep.
have a bow. So I
Yeah, that's
I
why
didn't
Rafa
finish forest at the
just
first.
finished Forest, yeah.
Yeah, no war for the close to there. So.
Yeah, the rope
No.
song
Yeah.
was
Oh, it hurts, yeah.
not perfect, but okay, I guess.
Yeah.
Ah,
Ye-
but
Yeah, but
no-
that was the biggest thing is you didn't finish Forest. You had a double dip Forest. You lost out on some skulls early that you had to backtrack for other small things, and it just added up.
yeah, I had a lot of backtrack at some point, and I forgot what I wanted to say. Yeah, at the beginning, I was not used to begin with Samsung, so I didn't think I had Samsung at all. So that's why I didn't do Netcac. If I thought about it, I would have done it. But
Yeah.
Okay, that makes
Yeah,
sense.
yeah, I
Yeah, I
remembered
don't-
I had songs and Ocarina just when I left. I remembered I had Samsung just when I left CAC and to go along to the ranch. I was like, yeah, the time of day will be rough. Wait, I have Samsung. Why am I bothering with that?
Time of day
Yeah.
is rough because you play with it.
Yeah, after I used it a lot, but that was just at the beginning. That was at
Yeah,
the
we
beginning
wondered.
that matters.
Hmm. Yeah.
Oh yes,
Yeah,
so
that-
you got the heart container from the Zora's Fontaine really early, I guess.
Yeah, when he
Yeah.
did Ice.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, because I did ice, yeah.
yeah.
It's after forest, I think.
Sounds about right. You guys both did Ice pretty early, but you didn't have that bow, of course, Rafa.
Well, that
yeah,
didn't.
of course. That's
I didn't think it would be a bad, such a bad thing because at the beginning there is not much with the bow. There's like forest and adult hatchery. Well, it was adult hatchery.
Yeah, that's so rough. Yeah, this was good.
Yeah.
This was good.
Yeah, Rafa Flouche's go mode ended up being he got the heart container from Pierre and Fire, bailed immediately, did Tech Grotto, and then Lap Dive, and that was go mode at 19 hearts. He had 17 before Fire.
Yeah, but so in my case, I would have been on go mode with Pierre.
Yep.
In my case.
Yeah,
yeah.
you said you were going to do Edel Archery to Pierre at the end.
Yeah, but I was in the Ras domain right now.
Yeah.
doing it.
Yeah, you weren't too far behind. Just,
Yeah, I guess 15 minutes, I would say.
something
Maybe,
like that.
Did you do all the trials
Yes.
beforehand?
Yeah, I did
Yeah.
them first.
That makes sense because of the bigger chest of cannon.
Yeah, and that was in Fire when I was hungry for the layout of the keys, so I was like, fuck it,
Okay.
trials.
Fire didn't like put a step on it, just till the very end while I was seeking for my two last
What
hearts.
did you?
I mean,
not
because
do, I guess.
I got the hammer after getting around after having passed, how to say, having made my way to the Death Mountain Crater, DMC, and I was looking still for my hammer, so I didn't want to go to Fire first. When I went there.
That sounds logical, I guess.
I think we had a hint for the basement checks.
I didn't.
Yeah, I had. I knew it was a key and boss key. So
That's fine.
Oh yeah, that was a
boss.
Metagoron.
Do you mean the? Wait, I did the lower Fire Temple. I had the boss key.
Yeah, it was vanilla.
Wow, I really didn't pay attention to that. Okay.
Oops.
I guess I was in autopilot at this moment.
Yeah. Speaking of autopilot, there was an early check that we were discussing if it would matter. You remember that herpes on Bobju Bowling?
Yeah, when I left, I was like, shit, it's pass of heart, so I could need it, and it will be 7, 8 hearts. 19, I was like, okay.
You both skipped it the
I think
first
we need
time.
to get it.
Yeah, did you regret?
That was okay.
I was worried
regret-
you would forget about
Yeah.
it, and I was worried you would forget it, but you did both go back, which was good.
Yeah, that makes I don't know. It makes like it's kind of memorable.
Yeah.
That thing. And the one thing I was afraid of was to if I before knowing the wind conditions of at least the path of Heart's Int, the first path of Life's Int, I was afraid to like to set the sometimes checks undead when it could have been like a piece of art or so.
Oh yeah, I had to be
Yeah,
careful
yeah.
with notes taking as well.
Yeah,
to make
yeah,
sure,
yeah,
is that a herpes?
Right.
Is
Yeah,
that
that's a mistake I did. You had the hint for Dead Hand at the end of Shadow. That was before I got all the hints, so I marked it dead. And then when I saw the hearts, I was like, was it a heart container or something else?
Recovery.
And Dead Hand at the end of Shadow Master Quest without the lens is bad.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, normally you need the lens to see where he is, but without you have to explode everything literally.
Yeah,
Just
with this
on the
fire.
road.
I mean,
Well, Rafa didn't use dins, he just threw bombs at everything.
that's not dumb. Now that I would think about it.
Yeah, I mean, it worked.
I didn't think about that.
yeah, with this fire, like you can play with your bow or something to blow up the.
Yeah, I just
Bomb
use
shoe.
my bombs and not bomb shoe because I'm dumb.
Yep.
It's not bomb
I
shoe,
mean,
it's the flower bomb? Flower bomb? Bomb
Yeah.
flower. Yeah.
Bomb flower, yeah. By the way, what was all these shoes?
I don't know either.
I
It
I
was
thought
it was balanced, but I think Choose and Logic might have added an extra pack. I'm not completely sure.
Yeah, I didn't think it added this. At first, I thought it was plentiful. But then, more pieces, I guess.
There were also ice traps. You didn't pick up every heart piece, every chew pack you saw, so I don't know if one of the chew packs might have been an ice trap instead.
Maybe.
Not really sure on that, but that was a funny scene to lots and
It
lots.
was cool. To end
You guys had
season five, it was
visible
a good
last
season.
time, and then this time is like, no, visible last time? How about you get every heart in the game? You guys were only missing a couple heart pieces each at the end.
Yeah, it was
I think I missed three.
two heart pieces left.
Okay. I missed 3.
Okay.
Yeah, for the total.
Yeah, I don't know. Did you do child fishing? I guess yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. When I first got to Colossus, I had the explosive, but I got the skull, at the side of the favorite fountain. And I was like, I don't have the L. And it was only a hour and a half after. I was like, that's not a fairy fountain. What it is?
Yeah.
Oh
Ah.
no. That's
Two.
kind of bad. Yep.
A bit rusty, I guess.
Yeah.
Too much
The
people.
settings
Yeah.
weren't. Yeah.
What?
The settings weren't too crazy today. Just
Yeah.
scrubs, skulls, indoor ZR, and of course those heart containers.
Well, that wasn't too bad. But half damage with all these hearts, you can die, I guess. That made me laugh because of an argument that happened in the RSL discussion about half damage. Well, they can use this race, I guess.
Yeah, you guys were not dying. This is the most health I have seen in a while on our rando seed.
I think we didn't die at all. Did you die once, Flouche?
No.
If you died, I take the win.
I died in the first match.
Okay, get up. Ow. Oh.
Literally.
Yeah, jeez, yeah.
Well, anyway,
Yeah,
that
that
was
was
cool.
yeah, that was a pretty fun match to watch. And
Thank you.
And to play.
yeah, glad you had fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, just of course, tougher in the end, but
Yeah, it's
when
a
it's
bit,
done, it's done. It's okay.
yeah, it's a bit, I guess. But yeah, I know this. It's really stressful when you're missing one or two hearts.
And
you're
when
like,
you commit slow dungeon like fires.
yeah. You search for fast checks. You find nothing.
Yeah. The well got nothing. I think. By the way. The well was
I think
empty.
I double dip it. Bad. Did you do the well at the beginning?
No. Oh, I
Oh, I did.
kinda didn't click with with that.
Oh.
And I forgot.
Oh, you forgot.
When I came back, I had ZL, so that was okay.
Right. Yeah, Rafa did well with his first child CAC segment while forgetting the skulls there. And went back with CL.
Oh yeah, okay.
The
Nice one.
dungeons were vanilla. No, don't think about it. Oh no, there was scrub sanity a bit.
Yeah.
Not a lot to buff then.
Okay.
Well.
It's the end of the season.
Yeah.
Now you can stop worrying about alt settings.
Yeah.
Now
Yeah.
play sanity.
What's great? Something's coming.
Yeah, and I see you're playing TPR, Rafa.
Yep. I went into it.
Nice.
Or
I know a lot of
competitive
I know a lot of the OTR French people are playing a TPR nowadays.
Yeah, Papi is like the one who brings everyone to on TP.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a good teaser. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Well, anyway, yes, just thank you for the tournament.
Yeah.
Congrats
Thank
on
you
third
for
and
the
fourth
stream.
place.
Yeah,
Thanks.
thank you. And thank you for to Rafa for having letting us to rematch.
Yeah, that's normal. And also, Limit. I saw the VOD of our last match, and you were so far ahead. Maybe I would have felt a bit bad to have won, because you would have won the other.
Okay,
Definitely.
okay. I guess I can understand you. Yeah, okay. And now this is good.
Yep. Any last thoughts, Lee, or anyone in chat?
No, I think I've shared a lot of what I've wanted to share during commentary.
Alright, then I do think that is about it for us. This is the end of the RSL Season 5 here. GG's again to Rafa and Flouche taking third and fourth place. Of course, GG's to Marco and Timmy for taking first and second as well. And thank you to everyone who helped out with the tournament, all the runners, the organizers, all the commentators, trackers, and restreamers who helped out. Special thanks to our crew today. Please do give our two runners a follow, Flouche and Rafa, to my co-com Lee, our trackers Carliana and Akashika, and our instrumental as well as our front tree stream. That shall be it here for us. Of course, if you want more information on RSL, to join in on Season 6 settings testing, which is ongoing currently, as mentioned, please go join the Discord. Coming up ahead on the CSR schedule, we have plenty more going on. We have several different tournaments going on currently. Starting up in about 40 minutes here on this channel, we'll have a doubleheader for the Zelda 2 Randomizer Max Rando Tournament Winners Round 1. We'll have Level Avenger versus Bob the Elder at 8 p.m, and then afterwards, we'll have Jake Cobra versus Elendar. We've got a couple of Breath of the Wild Dungeons tournament matches tonight. And then, of course, we've still got the Ocarina of Time Randomizer Season 6 tournament ongoing. And plenty more races besides. We've got Skyward Sword, we've got Twilight Princess, we've got Link to the Past Rando, we've got more Breath of the Wild, and our regular set of weekly races too. But that shall be it here for us tonight. Thank you for watching all. Looks like we're going to head on over to What the Hell's Happened, playing some OoTR Season 6 himself. And thank you. And thanks for watching. We will see you next time.
Bye, everyone.
Bye everyone.